Get this done. I think it does. But I'm not sure.
Okay, I won't worry about it.
Maybe it's. See this little red thing right there? On the slide that you have that are dark.
2-minute warning. 2-minute warning, counselors.
I'll just say next
Okay.
slide. That way I can kind of focus on it.
Perfect, I'll be
All right,
happy to
thank
do
you.
that. You're welcome.
I've got everybody else on.
I'm calling the April 8th, 2021 regular meeting of the Roswell City Council to order. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Perry?
Here.
Counselor Best?
Here.
Counselor Kennard?
Here.
Counselor Peterson?
Here.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Robeck? Here. Counselor Moore?
Here.
Counselor Orpesa?
Here.
Counselor Foster?
Here.
Counselor Stubbs?
Here.
Mayor Kintai?
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'll ask everyone to please rise while Councilor Roebuck leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance and Councilor Best does the invocation. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lord, we come before you this evening. We ask that you help us make correct decisions for the city of Roswell. I see in the years that I've sat in this bench or this seat, it has done nothing but grow and prosper. Please wrap your arms around the United States, for it needs all the care that you can give it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the agenda for the April 8th, 2021 regular city council meeting, to include the minutes from the March 11th, 2021 regular city council meeting, 4 Roswell Air Center leases, including changes to item 12 that I think everybody was handed just before we started. This is the lease agreement on T-Hangar 120, Space 4, to include the changes presented with the name of the tenant and the address as shown on replacement pages number 84, 91, and 92 of the agenda, with no substantive changes to the agreement. Also approving the weeds resolution and removing items 9, 10, 16, and 17 from consent and placing them on the regular agenda in their same order. Period.
Thank you. I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Peterson to approve the agenda as presented with the changes noted. Any comment or discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the agenda as presented. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, it passes. Counselor Sanchez, your vote box didn't activate.
I heard him, so we'll put it in for him.
Okay, so it'd be 10-0. All right. Comments or announcements from the mayor. I have actually some items I want to go through that are important, and I'll strive to be brief. On March 19th, 2021, the Office of the State Engineer received a letter from the Carlsbad Irrigation District. For those of you familiar with water issues, you know what I'm talking about. The Carlsbad Irrigation District is a water aquifer to the south of us downstream on the Pecos. They sent a resolution demanding a call for the administration of priorities on the Pecos River Bureau, a stream system by the state engineer. Councilors, this is an extremely significant and important matter. As all of you, I hope know, we are in the Pecos Valley Artesian Conservancy District, a separate district from the Carlsbad Irrigation District. There's some significant debate about the seniorities of water rights. The city of Roswell is the largest municipal water right owner in the Pecos River Valley. We are one of the overall largest water right owners. This is critical to our municipality. This issue will could adversely affect the agriculture industry and other industries around here. I've been in communication with the president of the Pecos Valley Artesian Conservancy District. I have asked Mr. Nebb and the chair of infrastructure to, at some future time, convene a meeting of senior staff and interested counselors to look at our overall system with regards to water, and in particular, how we handle our treated wastewater. Are we ensuring that the maximum amount is being used to the best possible purpose for agriculture and or returning to the Pecos River system? This is, just to let you know, this is happening. I'm not asking for any kind of comment or action tonight. Next item up is I would pleased to report that American Airlines has resumed our daily air service to Phoenix. The Public Affairs Department is spreading the word, but I'm asking each of you counselors and everyone in the audience to help get the word out that we are back. Boarding now, air service to Phoenix. And I know we have the Economic Development Corporation and the Chamber of Commerce here. I've spoken to both of them. They've assured me they will do all they can to get the word out to their membership. Dispatch, we will be addressing an acquisition for our dispatch folks, but I briefly want to say how much they are appreciated, how critical they are, and if anyone knows anyone who believes they might be interested in a very rewarding and a little bit stressful, just a little, a career, to consider reaching out to our HR department. And finally, counselors, I've been in communication with our lobbyist up in Santa Fe, Mr. Joe Thompson. Mr. Thompson will be coming to Roswell on Wednesday, April 14th. He will be meeting with senior staff in the morning. I will have a lunch meeting with him and Mr. Nebb. And after lunch, Mr. Thompson will be available for meetings with you individually and or in small groups. Ms. Call will be sending out an email tomorrow to this effect. So at your convenience, he will be available to meet with you, like I said, either in individuals or in small groups. And that is all I have to say. At this time, we'll move on to item number 3, presentation by Mr. Mike McLeod from Excel Energy. Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to have a few minutes. I know you have a full agenda. I'll try to be brief. For some of you, this information may be a little repetitive, but thought it would be important to come and update you really on 3 things: Winter Storm Uri, and then I've got 2 other things at the end of that I want to update you on. So I'll be happy to entertain questions throughout the presentation, or we can wait till the end. So, Ms. Call. Next slide. So just a little about Excel Energy first, that some of you may not be as familiar with the company. Most of you are familiar with Southwestern Public Service. So we're one of 4 operating companies that operate under the umbrella of Excel Energy. We're branded as Excel Energy. The company stock is held Excel, but the legal entity here in our area is still Southwestern Public Service Company. So you'll kind of hear it intermixed. If you do a contract with us, it's Excel Energy, and you can kind of see our footprint goes through Colorado, corporate headquarters in Minneapolis. Then we also have operations in the Dakotas. Okay. This is the footprint just of SPS. You can see we have 385,000 electric customers. If you noticed in the previous slide, we do have gas operations in some of our other locations, but we do not in SPS. Yeah, go ahead, next slide. You can see basically we're eastern New Mexico and West Texas. Our corporate headquarters for SPS is Amarillo. Regional headquarters is here in Roswell, and I'm regional manager. I want to spend a little bit of time on this slide because I think this is going to be really important for people to understand. We've talked about it some in the past, but with the winter storm and with a lot of the news about the effects of the winter storm in ERCOT in particular, I wanted you to really understand sort of how SPS is positioned here in the country. And if you look, there's the SPS area, and all of the red is what we call the Southwest Power Pool. That is the pool that we are interconnected with. That's the Reliability Council that oversees transmission construction and generation dispatch. There's about 14 entities, utilities, that are part of the Southwest Power Pool. And it's really important to understand the Southwest Power Pool is connected to the Eastern grid. So we're essentially synchronous with all the way to the East Coast with all of the utilities. The break in the middle to the West Coast is the Western grid, and then Texas, as they typically have done in the past, wanted their own grid. So, and there was some reasons for that. They did not want any federal oversight into their electrical system. So they are on a grid of their own. And so there's 3 basic electric grids here in the United States. I want you to keep the vision of the Southwest Power Pool in your mind as I'm showing you a couple of weather maps when we start talking about Winter Storm Uri, and where it was really impacting the most was essentially the Midwest of the country. So again, just a little about SPS system. Now this is our energy mix. This isn't our capacity mix. So in 2020, coal made up about 19% of our energy, natural gas 47%, and you can see wind 32%, and solar is still behind, but it's growing. Majority of the solar is the Roswell Chavis solar facility that's here. So here's a slide that shows the generation assets in SPS, and this is important for a couple of reasons. One, you see in the red, these are the assets that SPS owns. We have 2 coal plants, we have multiple natural gas plants. You'll see the 2 new wind farms, the one at Sagamore, which is up south of Portales near Dora, and the one over at Hale, Plainview. Those are the first 2 that we have built, own, operate ourselves here in SPS. We have a number of power purchase agreements, and while we are on a mission to reduce carbon, we still believe the answer is all the above. We believe we will have natural gas generation for many years to come. We believe technology is going to help us capture carbon out of that natural gas. Coal, on the other hand, will probably have a limited life. What that will be exactly, I don't know, but I'm going to talk a little bit about the winter storm and really how coal was kind of the unsung hero and for us, for SPS. Okay. This is just a very quick slide just to show kind of how our system operates. So we generate power, you'll hear me talk about generation resources, then transmission, we step it up high voltage, then we run it to substations, we step it down to lower voltage. Some customers take it at the transmission level, some take it at the primary voltage level. The majority of us at our homes, we're at the very end off a distribution transformer. So now Winter Storm Uri. So this slide is in to kind of show you what we were seeing. And, we have meteorologists on staff at Xcel Energy, and a lot of that is to help us predict the wind so that we know how to buy gas. But they're also looking at these sort of weather patterns. And you can see when we were about 10 days out, it didn't look quite as severe. I mean, it was going to be, we knew a storm was coming. But as we got about 5 days out, that's when we really started seeing the severe. So keep in mind, this was over President's Weekend, right around February 15th. So we really started seeing activity happening about the middle of the week before the President's Weekend. We started really getting an understanding of what the weather was going to do. We started really by Friday, we were seeing natural gas prices significantly increase. And so this was helping us to try to deal with that. Okay. This is just another indicator, and again, keep in mind the Southwest Power Pool and ERCOT in particular, you can see where the severe part of that weather came in on Monday, and it was really kind of the perfect storm from a standpoint of incredibly cold temperatures, a lot of freezing temperature, huge demand for natural gas, and decreasing supplies. Okay. And this is just one we threw in that was kind of interesting. There were parts of Texas that were colder than Alaska on that day. Okay. And this is the last one of the weather, but you can just see that's a world view, and you can see how severe the temperature deviations were in the United States, and it was really the center of the United States affecting primarily the Midwest all the way down to Texas. This is just a couple of slides at some of our power plants that some of the things they were facing during the storm. We had tremendous icing. I'll talk on the next slide that fortunately our fleet operated spectacularly. Coal plants ran 100% no problem. I will talk a little bit about, we had gas curtailments starting late Sunday into Monday, and that caused us some issues, but we were able to get through those, and I'll talk a little bit more about those. So Southwest Power Pool, so they make the call. If we are required to do a controlled outage, it's for the betterment of the pool, and so we started on Sunday. And really our communities and our citizens did an unbelievable job. We started with conservation appeals asking people to cut back. The SPS generating fleet, we had enough spinning reserve always, even without renewables, to operate our system. When we were called to interrupt, the short interruption on Monday and the 2 short interruptions on Tuesday, it was really for the entire pool stability, not for SPS. It's the first time since the Southwest Power Pool came into effect in 1941, I believe, that they've ever had to call for controlled outages. And it's the first time in SPS for sure. So one of the big things we were facing, and it's down at the end, was the gas supply. So let me talk about that a little bit. We buy about 40% of our gas monthly contracts and about 60% on the spot market day ahead. Well, one thing we've learned this in the past, is that firm gas is not necessarily firm gas if there's a curtailment. So what was happening most of our gas comes from the Permian, and those gas fields were freezing up, and they were having delivery issues. And so on Monday, we had about 30% of our gas curtailed. We were able to ride through that by supplementing some fuel oil at some of our units. However, Tuesday, we were notified before Tuesday that 70% of our gas was going to be curtailed. And I'll tell you, our marketing folks and gas supply people did an unbelievable job. Since we own the LDC in Colorado, the local distribution, we had gas available up there. So they wheeled that gas down to SPS on Monday to keep our plants running without the Permian gas. So because of that, we actually were able to, even though we took those short interruptions, we actually sold a lot of power into the market to cover other utilities. So that's what's helping the net effect to our customers to be very minimal. When I did this presentation at the county at the time, we thought the effect for each customer was going to be around $200 of increased fuel price. Once we reconciled the sales and the buys, it's going to be closer to like $60. And what we're going to do is we've petitioned to the commission to spread that over 2 years, so something in the $2.50 a month. So, just to give you an idea, more than we would normally spend, we spent over $200 million extra in those 5 days on natural gas. It was a very expensive option, but fortunately, like I said, we sold quite a bit into the market. So SPP, when they call, a lot of people question, could you give us a little more notice? When SPP declares, first they declare an EEA 1, Energy Emergency 1, and that puts us on notice. That's when we start conservation. EEA 2 says things are getting very serious and tight and our reserve margins are gone. When they declare a 3, we've got probably 5 minutes to interrupt our load. And we have designated about 30% of our load as interruptible for this reason. We try the best we can to not interrupt critical infrastructure loads, hospitals, things like that. We try to keep city infrastructure operating, so there was some question why some got interrupted and others didn't. That's why. We do have the other 30% on what we call under frequency trips, which that is in a system emergency that we can't control, and the system's going to go down, then everybody's at a free-for-all at that point. But the message I really want to leave you with, and then I'll be glad to open it up to questions, is that the SPS system operated unbelievable. The transmission investments we've made allowed us to bring power in. We've used the pool before for our SPS benefit when we've had units down, and this time we had to help the pool. But fortunately, because our fleet ran so well, and again, the coal plants, did unbelievable, and so I want you to walk away knowing that, the SPS system did a really, really good job through this. So I've got 2 other things I want to talk about, but I'll stop and stand for any questions, Mr. Mayor, that you might have.
Any questions at this point? I've got nothing on my screen. Why don't you go ahead and wrap it up?
Okay. Just 2 other things I wanted to mention real quick. First, I hope you've been noticing, we've been converting LED streetlights here in town. We're about 90% completed with those. So out of 2,700 streetlights, we've probably got something less than 300 to finish up. So I would expect the next couple of months, the guys have really been working hard to try to get that, and it looks good. The streets look really good. So hopefully we'll have that wrapped up, and over time, that's going to, provide some good lower rates on the streetlights. The second thing I wanted to mention is, you may have heard that we are starting, and this is a pilot project, there's only a couple locations in all of XL Energy. We're piloting a virtual call center, and we're doing one here in Roswell. And so we're looking to hire 30 call center agents that will be 100% work from home, 100% trained from home, full salary, full benefited positions. We've actually hired, we've got 17 hired. We've got 4 or 5 that are in the pipeline, just going through the onboarding process. We'll still be looking for another 8 more. So this is really coming out of the pandemic, and it's coming out of the fact that we've realized that our call center agents don't necessarily have to be all in Amarillo or all in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and they certainly don't have to be in a brick and mortar building, because they've all been working remotely for the past year. And so we're taking this opportunity to try to expand employment opportunities outside of those areas. And so Roswell was a perfect choice because we were really looking for a lot of bilingual agents as well. And so we've had a good response for that. So that potentially will add another 30 employees to the 50 or so that we have in Roswell currently. So again, I'll stand for any questions, and thank you again for the opportunity to do a short presentation.
All right, I have Counselor Kennard, and that exhausts my list. Counselor?
Thank you for the presentation, and I just wanted to say thank you for all you do for our community. You know, Excel is at the front of any sponsorship or anything that is needed, so I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you.
All right. Then that exhausts my list, so
All right.
thank you very much.
Thanks again.
All right. Next up, item number 4, Sergeant Grace Fresquez.
Good evening, good afternoon. I'm Sergeant Grace Vesquez with the Roswell Police Department. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you folks this evening. The one thing I want to talk about, it's going to be brief, it's about 3 slides, just so everyone knows, is Neighborhood Watch, which is now a full-time program that is being hosted by my agency and the city of Roswell. I'm with the Roswell Police Department. In case nobody knows, I have been there 19 years and 4 months. Yes, I'm counting. So what is Neighborhood Watch? It is a group of people living in the same area who want to make their neighborhood safer by working together and in conjunction with their local law enforcement agencies. It's a nationwide program hosted by multiple law enforcement agencies throughout the United States. Just so you folks know that I am actively working with Albuquerque Police Department. They have a civilian coordinator, and they are helping me try to launch this as best as we can and help us with what we need. Neighborhood watch groups have regular meetings to plan how they will accomplish their specific goals and individual neighborhood needs. Meetings are held when time allows for each individual neighborhood. The coordinator, which is me, will assist in coordinating these meetings and keep in regular contact with the block captains if information needs to go out to them. For example, it's actually occurred, I have a computer in my office that is linked to all of our officers' computers and to our dispatch center, so I know what calls are coming in throughout the day. When I watch these calls, sometimes there is a pattern, because you'll have our frequent flyers and things like that that go around and shoplift, or they're going out and running stoplights, or going and vandalizing, things of that nature. We've even had a couple of people that were doing some fraudulent calls, calling people. I got a hold via phone or email to my neighborhood watch captains and told them, hey, this is what's going on, not specifically in your neighborhood, but this is what's going on. Now, if it's in their neighborhood, yeah, I'm going to get a hold of them and let them know, because community safety is our #1 priority, which I know is also the city's. The key element in our neighborhood watch is the relationship with local law enforcement. Unfortunately, with everything that's going on in the United States, that's not really something that, people really want to reach out to, but I want to reach out to people, to my community, mi comunidad. I am very, very proud to do that for the city of Roswell, and I'm very, very proud to do that for the Roswell Police Department. So we are a full-time program. I do encourage the community or anyone to contact the Roswell Police Department, specifically myself, with any questions. There are some people that not just questions, but they can also come to me with maybe a complaint. That way I can try to figure something out before it goes over to the patrol lieutenant or to any of the officers that have to take the call, and they can't go to some call that's probably a little bit more higher in priority. There are some people that call me just to talk, and a lot of times that helps. It's actually kind of nice. Plus, it gives me somebody to talk to, too, whenever I'm having on my downtime. So we want to be a bridge of communication for the community and the concerns. I definitely want to be that bridge. My department wants me to be that bridge. I am bilingual, I speak Spanish, I read it and write it. Obviously, I speak English, read it and write it. So I can reach out to mi comunidad latina or to anyone else in the city. So I really would like for people to reach out, call me, talk to me, email me, come visit me. That's my favorite. And ask questions. I'd be so glad to answer that. So we can help coordinate meetings with other city entities to answer individual neighborhood concerns during scheduled watch meetings. That basically means that if the certain neighborhood has a bunch of abandoned homes in their area, which seems to be kind of a topic for a lot of our residents, unfortunately, in our town, I can meet with somebody from code enforcement, just anyone else that could possibly help me during our meetings just with that specific neighborhood, because each neighborhood is actually unique in their issues, and sit down and talk to these people. Instead of our community having to talk to them over the phone, we can bring them to their house, to a community center, to the Roswell Police Department, wherever our community members are more comfortable. I would be glad to coordinate and do that for them. I do want to encourage neighborhood watch meetings citywide. It's a wonderful way of building trust with the surrounding community and its leaders. I have actually been graciously being helped by Mr. Luis Nahar, helping me with the 16 and 1500 blocks of West Alameda with speeding signs and things of that nature. He's actually been wonderful to work with. And there's been other agencies in the city that's also reached out to help. We do have 5 active neighborhood watch streets here in town, so 2 to 3 streets have reached out by phone or email, and if they've expressed interest. 2 out of those 3 have had an idea who their neighborhood watch captains will be. So that's pretty much it, folks. I will open up the floor if anyone has any questions.
I have Councilor Perry. Councilor, you have the floor.
For starters, you're a great speaker. Thank you. That was great information. I appreciate that. We've had Steve Wolf and Richard Lucero, who worked with Crime Stoppers in the neighborhood, watching different things for years, and did a phenomenal job. I know at one time we had more than what we have. Has COVID played a part in some of those falling apart, possibly, or?
Yes, unfortunately it did. Mr. Lucero, I did fail to mention that Mr. Lucero did retire, and so the chief appointed me to take over his position. Yes, unfortunately, COVID did stop a lot of the meetings. There is a lot of residents that are still fearful, and they were really fearful when all of this started at the beginning, so nobody wanted to host anything in their homes, in their churches, nothing like that. But I will accommodate if people are comfortable with wearing masks or sitting 6 feet apart. I will be glad to do that if that's what they're comfortable with.
And I'm excited. I'm excited to hear you're being a part of this, because I know the passion that Steve, who's no longer with us, he's with the Lord, but now Richard is, I knew he was getting old, but I didn't know he was going to retire. I'm kidding. If he's listening, he heard that. But they had such passion. They just truly had great passion. And Richard, I tell you, he would get out there and he would call. I know myself and other counselors, I attended a lot of those meetings and little block parties and stuff. It really does effectively make a difference. We live in a different kind of day. When I was growing up, we knew everybody who lived on our street. We knew where everybody worked. We knew everybody's dirty laundry. You knew everything because we were all close. And now we've got air conditioning and we've got TV. We had TV then too, but you know what I'm saying. The mayor didn't, but the rest of us did. But there's too much that keeps us inside, and we just don't know our neighbors. And when we do have that kind of relationship, we're better apt to protect each other. So I'm really excited about this. Thank you for this presentation. I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
We have the Ring doorbell that we just installed not long ago, and I'm getting, and I'm just not really smart, I guess, with a lot of the technology, but we're getting like announcements or alerts from time to time that there's a stolen truck just came from 2 blocks away, or different things coming from Ring. Is that a separate program, or is that part of the Neighborhood Watch that has that?
No, that's probably a separate program. There is actually an app that I've been encouraged to follow called, I think it's Nextdoor. Now, I'm not endorsing anything, I'm just telling you what I've been told. But a lot of times, it will come up as a notification on your phone or however, on your computer, telling you, hey, this is what's going on in your specific area.
Fantastic. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have Councilor Oropesa. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I had a meeting this morning with an individual that was asking, and I don't know whether this falls in the neighborhood watch category or not, so I'm just going to ask it.
Yes, sir.
He was inquiring about the buyback, the weapon. There was a few years ago that the police department was handling the buyback without any questions asked, I believe.
I don't, if you're asking if we're doing that this year, I've not heard anything about that, so I wouldn't know. That would be something that you'd have to address with the chief of police.
Oh, okay, so you wouldn't be involved?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, that exhausts my list. I do want to congratulate you. If I remember right, that pilot program of hirees you started when you were like 10, I think it was?
17, actually.
Okay.
I'm 38 now.
You're scaring me. And
Thank
what
you.
we know, you don't need to share with the rest of them, okay?
It's all right, it's okay.
All right.
Thank you so much for the time.
Oh, Mr. Nebb.
No, Mayor, we have Deputy Chief Stanton in the office that could answer your question, Counselor.
You want to come on up, Chief?
But
Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
In answer to your question, Mr. Oropesa, is when we hosted that program, it wasn't actually something that the police department had done, is we just allowed an outside entity that was trying to get guns off the street to come in and do it at our agency for safety of the community who wanted to come in and dispose of guns, and also for safety of the people that were taking them in, so that there wasn't an opportunity for them to possibly get robbed or be a victim of people trying to acquire those firearms. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chief. All right, next up, item number 5, Mr. Mavers.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. It is my pleasure to bring to you tonight a report on the update of what's been going on out at Alien Motor Speedway. Just to give you a little bit of background, on February 23rd, 2021, the Planning and Zoning Commission did consider a request to hold a public hearing to review the conditional use permit. This was conditional use permit 1612 that was issued to the property at 1005 South Atkinson. And after listening to concerns that were expressed by the public, the Planning and Zoning Commission did refer the issue back to city staff, okay, to work with the property owners and the facilities operators at Alien Motor Speedway to address the specific issues of concern. Primarily, those issues, of course, were surrounding noise and events running till late in the evening. Now, before I go any further, though, I do want to address something that happened over the weekend, because I want to make sure that we separate what happened over the weekend from the issue that we're dealing with right now. There was an incident that was reported on Sunday evening. That incident occurred at 1421 Hoagland Street. It was not directly related to the Alien Motor Speedway. It was not a function at the Alien Motor Speedway. In fact, it was a private party that happened to get very loud and went very late in the evening. A number of complaints were filed, and Roswell PD did respond to those concerns. The party was eventually shut down, and it was disbanded at about 11:30 in the evening. But that was an incident that was completely and totally unrelated to anything going on out at Alien Motor Speedway. The only thing that was related was the fact that it happened to be somewhat in proximity, down the street and around the corner from the actual Alien Motor Speedway. Again, a little more background. Conditional use permit 1612 was approved on August 23rd, 2016. So we're going back several years, long before my tenure here with the city, so I did have to do some investigating. Beginning in 2016, though, cleanup, construction, and pre-operations work commenced, okay, and they continued on through June of 2020. Okay. The city issued a temporary certificate of occupancy in June of 2020, which allowed Alien Motor Speedway to commence with their operations and proceed with their inaugural season. It took them 4 years from the time they got original conditional use permit to spend all the money to clean up the facilities, to get the track ready, to get everything in order for them to begin operations. So there was a significant lapse in the amount of time, but there was consistent work that kept moving forward all the way through. So one of the things we have to remember is that 2020 was Alien Motor Speedway's inaugural season. There's bound to be some concerns. A little more background, the 2021 racing season was considered an absolute success by those in the racing community, the sponsors that were out there, the racing fans, and most importantly, the racing teams themselves. There was a tremendous commitment to continue to come to Roswell, to continue to enjoy racing, and to continue to support the city of Roswell and Alien Motor Speedway. However, also during that inaugural season, we did have a number of concerns that were being expressed by the community over track noise, late night events, and other operational things that were going on. Okay? It did prompt several complaints around the city, and these needed to be checked out because we do want to take those concerns seriously. Following the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting of February 2021, community development staff met with representatives of Alien Motor Speedway. We met on March 9th, but we also met with several of the councilors. We also met with members of the public. We met with anybody we thought might have a concern or have issues that needed to be addressed. Recent activities, based on those discussions, on March 19th, the community development staff issued a 60-day conditional and temporary certificate of occupancy to allow Alien Motor Speedway to commence operations, provided that specific operational guidelines and mitigation measures were implemented immediately. Now, one of the things we had to take care of was, and we made it very clear, the Planning Commission made it very clear, that we had to address the issue of noise and late night events immediately. There was to be no delay in what we had to do. So, mitigation measure number 1 that had to be implemented immediately. All racing and support vehicles are required to run with Schoenfeld racing mufflers or an approved equal, which is designed and ready to reduce noise to a level of 100 decibels or less at 100 feet from the tailpipe. Okay? Speedway officials embraced this requirement immediately. They immediately got the word out to their racing teams, and I am very pleased to let everyone know that beginning with the inaugural event for the 2021 season, every single car out there racing ran a muffler. Noise was reduced dramatically right from day one. Okay? Second mitigation measures. Okay? All racing events will be scheduled to end by 10 p.m. However, in the event of an accident, rain, or other unforeseen event, racing may continue to 11. However, under no circumstances will any racing continue after 11 p.m. This was another condition that was embraced wholeheartedly by the staff and the operations people out at Alien Motor Speedway, to the point where it was announced regularly during the first event that they did have a hard deadline of 11 p.m. There would be no racing. You can also go take a look at their website as well as their Facebook page, and you will see announcements for conditions number 1 and 2 that let everyone know that these were going to be new requirements and they were going to continue throughout this season. The final mitigation measure, and this is just to keep an eye on things and make sure we're operating properly, is race officials shall keep a log of start and end times of all heats and races to verify compliance with condition number 2 above. They have been keeping that log. They have provided copies of that log to me personally. Okay. Other mitigation measures, and these should be implemented over the next 60 days. Okay. Alien Motor Speedway will contract with a certified noise mitigation engineer or another qualified individual to perform a series of noise studies to evaluate the impacts of noise on the surrounding neighborhoods. Okay? It's one thing to say we're going to reduce noise. We do need to have the verifiable data to demonstrate that there has, in fact, been a reduction in noise in the surrounding neighborhoods, and so that's the purpose of the noise engineer. A formal engineered plan for paving, striping, and construction of the parking areas. This is all part of keeping down dust as well as other things that The prevailing winds, of course, take the dust from the racetrack and blow it right over the near neighborhood. So we want to make sure that any dust and debris from the racetrack is kept down. Program for facility security. We want to make sure that only the people that are supposed to be on the facility are there, authorized personnel. We don't want people just wandering out onto the racetrack and taking a few hot laps just for grins and giggles. So a formal security plan. A program for community outreach. This was one of the things that my investigation showed, is that the people that were complaining, the people that were concerned, were people that hadn't been informed. They didn't necessarily know that there was going to be an event. They didn't know when it was going to begin, when it was going to end, and how it was going to be operated. So we want a formal community outreach and engagement plan that they'll put together over the next 60 days. And then track officials and operators shall provide evidence of completion or a schedule of completion for the unfinished items that are on their confirmation letter for the zoning case dated 25 August 2016. There are a handful of unfinished items there. We want them to finish up, but we also don't want to interrupt the racing season now that they have momentum. Again, this year's events were kicked off on March 20th, 2021, and was considered by everyone in attendance to be a very successful launch. The racing teams all competed, and again, I have verified this, the actual technical check-in to the checklist when they go through tech inspection includes a requirement for a muffler inspection or an insert inspection. Every vehicle that passed through tech inspection was required to have that. Track officials and event sponsors, as I said before, they implemented measures to ensure that all events would be done, completed by 11 p.m., and they included adding extra time in between heats and races to allow for any accident cleanup or track maintenance that may be required during the event. The officials have provided evidence to the community development staff that required mitigation measures will continue throughout this racing season and beyond. Okay? And they're providing regular updates to all the events at Alien Motor Speedway, and there have been no noise or late night complaints from the surrounding residents during the new season. Three racing events have been held, so we do have a little bit of background to work on since the new mitigation measures. There was an event March 20th, 27th, and April 3rd, which actually include their first community event. It was a special event that included an Easter egg hunt for the children during intermission, and from what I understand, everybody enjoyed themselves on the Saturday before Easter Sunday. The path forward for Alien Motor Speedway, community development staff will continue to work with Alien Motor Speedway to ensure compliance with all conditions of approval and the mitigation measures. Upon presentation of the satisfactory evidence of compliance with mitigation measures and conditions of approval, the conditional or temporary certificate of occupancy may be extended through summer 2021. We want to make sure that things are being moved forward in a timely fashion. That's why we're only going to issue short-term permits. We let them move forward. We have a schedule of events, things that need to be completed, and then we reevaluate every few months to make sure that we're moving forward properly. Okay? Staff is available to provide regular updates, of course, at the request of the City Council. Questions or comments?
Thank you. I have Councilor Oropesa. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I want to address the Easter function. You said that it was on Hoagland Street,
Yes.
and this was verified by the police?
Yes, it is. In fact, I have their report right here.
Because I drove to the place, and they had a trailer right by the big old barn, and that's where the music was coming from. It wasn't Hoagland Street. I was there at 11 o'clock.
Again, all I can tell you is that when I went back to review things, I contacted the police department, the Roswell Police Department immediately, and what I was given was information. There was no information for anything other than a noise event that occurred at 1421 Hoagland Street. And deputies responded 3 times that night, and eventually it ceased. The time that everything was over and done with was about 11:39, according to the incident report from the police department.
I know what I saw. I saw the ban on a trailer inside the speedway. It wasn't Hoagland. So I don't know if there was two parties going on at the same time or what, but there was one, and of course I emailed, or I text you and I text Joe with the information around 11:04 or 11:05, and then I followed it up with a text to both of you, 11:36 to be specific, is when the noise died. But it wasn't at Hoagland, because I went and verified it myself.
Again, Counselor, all I know is the information that I've been given. I did not do a physical inspection. I did not drive out there personally. So our investigation showed that the event occurred at 1421 Hoagland. If there was another event, it's not referenced in the information that I have from the police department.
All right, thank you, Counselor. I have Counselor Kennard and then Counselor Peterson. Counselor Kennard, you have the floor.
Thank you for this presentation. I believe that it was informative to most of us that maybe don't attend that event. Although I know people that attend, my family attends. I think this is something that's positive for our community. There's definitely a place for it. I realize that with any loud event, neighbors are going to take issue to that. I live, I want to say 8 miles from this, and I could hear it during the previous year, but I didn't realize with the noise this season, I did not hear the noise. So I just appreciate the measures that they've taken to help their neighbors out, and I think that we can continue to work together. I hope we do. I worry that this group has spent probably a lot of money, and we're just issuing temporary certificates. But hopefully, we can make it all work out and give them a little bit more security in their investment. Thank you.
All right, I have Counselor Peterson and Roebuck. And Counselor Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to ask Mr. Mavers, have you been out there at
Several
10 o'clock?
times.
At 10?
I have not been to an actual event yet, but I have been out there several times before, during, and after. I have not been inside the facility during an event.
I think 11 o'clock is way too late. It's nice that they're racing, people are having fun, kids are having fun watching the races. I don't have a problem with the races. I got a problem with the ending so late. They could end them at 9 p.m. and be fine. And that would keep the neighbors, satisfied. But 11 is way too late. And, several years ago, they had they were racing out there by the cemetery. There was a corner lot there, and they used to race out there. And that was a good spot for them. There was no neighbors around them. I would like to know if we could get it down to 9 p.m. and also have these cars, they throw up a lot of dust in here. And I appreciate them putting the mufflers on, because I could hear them, at my house. But on a weekend, it's way too much past 9 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Counselor. I have Counselor Roebuck and then Counselor Best. Counselor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to say welcome And I really appreciate the attitude that you've brought to this as far as trying to get into this challenging situation where we really want to figure out what a win-win is for the community, certainly for the business. We certainly need all the businesses we can get, and certainly we would like to have more entertainment in this town as well. So I think there's a double win there with that. But also too, it's a challenge to navigate all those things, and I do appreciate your level of enthusiasm in going after this problem. I think we'll need a lot more of that with a lot of things going forward, and just really encouraging people to engage versus just this kind of versus whatever. Encouraging people to be engaged with the city, I think, is a great, and I appreciate your willingness to lead us in that direction. One question I have, I don't know if you have an answer to this. So we give them a permit for however many days. Does it specify what nights they are allowed or not allowed to race on? Could they theoretically race every single night? I mean, I know they're not going to, but how does that work? That's my first question.
Right now, our current permit with the Speedway does not specify which days they can operate. The schedule that I have seen, and we do have folks here from the Raceway that could comment, but if you go onto their website, you will see their schedule. And the fact is, they do have a reduced schedule even from last year. They do operate typically only on Saturday night for the racing. They're keeping the rest of the days open for practice and for tuning and for other things, as well as new community events. And that's one of the reasons they're doing the public engagement and outreach program.
Sure.
So they want to have a wide variety of events and truly turn this facility into an asset for the total community, not just the racing community. So we're working on that as well. But as of right now, I was looking at their schedule, what is posted on their website, and I believe they only have 1 or 2 weekends where they would be racing both Friday night and Saturday night, long 3-day weekends. But other than that, it's Saturday nights, and even then, not every Saturday night. In fact, I think we have a week or 2 break right now before the next event.
So roughly how many days a year are we talking about running races?
That I would have to ask our crew from Alien Motor Speedway how many days are scheduled, event days are scheduled in this season. Over. All right, it looks like we've got 30 scheduled events for this racing season.
So roughly 30 days a year?
30 days, yeah.
More or less?
Yeah,
Okay.
of racing.
Okay, right. And racing is the thing that creates the noise. I don't know what else they're doing that might create noise, but, which seems to be the main issue. Also, I went out to the facility this morning. I did not drive on the track. And I appreciate it looks like they put a lot of hard work. I'm sure they put some money into it as well out there, and I appreciate the investment they've made, and I just want to encourage city staff. I don't know if this is ever going to come up to us for a vote or not, and if it does, it does, but in the meantime, I certainly, encourage the city staff to continue to work with them, and to make sure that we can just figure out how we can, this is like every other thing as city staff, to really bring the community together. And we don't have to like each other all the time. We don't always have to get along perfectly, but we do need to figure out a way to, when we have these kind of times when we rub each other the wrong way, we need to, the city staff needs to be there to kind of help talk everybody down and find some reasonable solutions. So, thank you, I yield.
I have Counselor Best, and that exhausts my list. Counselor Best.
Okay. So we've taken a long time to put this together. We've put a lot of money into it. These men have bent over backwards in the last 2 years to appease the neighbors. I understand. I don't hear it. I hear the train at 2 a.m. in the morning. Can't stop the train. Sorry. Wakes me up every morning, 2 a.m. It is what it is. They've brought a sport to this town that hadn't been here before, that I can remember. I remember, I believe what Mr. Peterson's speaking about is out by Mystic is the ones with the big slick tires. What do they call that?
Right.
Where was the roundy round before? The cemetery?
Fairgrounds.
Okay,
the
I don't
fairground.
remember that one, so obviously it didn't succeed like yours, so there you go. That means it was before its time. But there is one out by Mystic. The one out by Mystic, I remember used to be at the old airport up by my house. And on Saturdays and Sundays, you'd hear them revving up, and you'd watch them go in a straight line and pull their parachutes out. It was part of the community. This is part of the community. They've incorporated the kids, and if I remember reading this, which you just read to us, they shut down by 10. It said in that if it rains and they have to delay, 11 is the latest. So they are already shutting down at 10. The lights are on, the cars are getting loaded, I'm sure, but the last race is around 10 from what these rules say, unless it rains. Now, how many times has it rained in Roswell so much that they couldn't run their cars? Just saying. Ask a rancher, they'll tell you how much it's rained in the last year or two. Starting earlier, I think, would be very difficult, because I'm going to say a little over half of your people come from Texas, if I'm right. Texas, Hobbs, Carlsbad, so they have to travel a whole day to get here. And hopefully, since they are closing at 10, load their vehicles, that they get to stay in our hotels, so there's beds and heads. So why would we shoo them away when they've put so much money and effort into Roswell, and they are now showing that they are working with the community, with your mufflers, and with the children. And I'm sure they'll go beyond the children and they'll venture on to more things as soon as their feet get comfortable. I agree with Ms. Kennard. We need to give them a full permit and let them run, and stop this every 6-month permit. And they've gone above, and it's beautiful. If you look at it from the road, it's beautiful. Now, the warehouse in front of it could use a little paint, but that's okay. So I yield.
I have Councilor Opesa, and I exhaust my list. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay. You know, I live like 1,600 feet from the racetrack. And the fact is that they haven't stopped at 10 o'clock. They haven't even stopped at 11 o'clock. There's been a couple of occasions that they've gone to 1 o'clock. And so it is very difficult to work with these individuals if they're not willing to work with the community. As a matter of fact, since I've heard some of the comments, they're basically the same comments that we got an email from an individual that was addressed to the mayor and the city council. And I don't know if this individual is in the here present or not. But I want to point out some of the information that he points to. On his email, he makes like 6 basic points. He encourages for the city council and mayor to do everything in our power to support the Alien Motor Speedway, which of course is located at 1003 South Atkinson. He also claims that the Alien Motor Speedway is a viable business entity that provides employment to community members as well as entertainment. His third point is he claims this venue has been heavily invested in and the community has benefited immensely through this investment from construction of the venue as well as through day-to-day operations. His fourth one says he notes that the value of the surrounding properties has increased as a direct result of the financial investment in the Alien Motor Speedway. He points out the owners have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to make this venue comprehensive, safe, and friendly to guests and surrounding neighbors. He claims the owners took a dilapidated piece of property and turned it into the up-and-coming event center and venue in Chavez County. His fifth point, he states that he understands that a handful of community members have complained about the venue, and he wants to remind the council and the mayor that there is no perfect business, as there will always be someone who has a complaint that may be or may not be valid. And the last point that he makes, he claims that the inconvenience of the speedway is no different than living near a dairy or next to the railroad tracks or near a busy intersection or near power lines or near a school. And so let me address those basic points. I agree with the individual that we as council should support our businesses in our community. However, I will add a caveat in supporting our businesses. Every business must abide by any federal and state statutes that apply to businesses. They also should abide by any local ordinance that the city has approved. I do not agree with the gentleman that the Alien Motor Speedway could be a viable business because I do agree with the gentleman that Speedway could be a viable business because job creation should always be welcome in our community. However, I also apply the same caveat that I just mentioned. As to his third and fourth points, I cannot dispute the fact that owners have invested in improving this piece of property. I will take him at his word that the number is hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, I will say that they invested that kind of money of their own free will. As business owners, I am not sure they are aware that there are risks that you take when launching a business that could or could not be a success. I would also say that as a business owners, they should perhaps have done some research, if indeed they did not, as to the impact this type of business would have for the surrounding neighborhoods, such as did they consider what an acceptable decibel level would be in a community? Do they know what the decibel level is at the speedway? And I also disagree with the gentleman's suggestion that property in the surrounding neighborhoods have increased in value because of this business. I just received my property valuation from the assessor's office, and I did not see a difference in my property value. He provides no proof of how he reached this conclusion. I would venture to say, and of course it is only my opinion, that property owners would have a harder time selling their property if the individuals seeking to buy property in that area were aware of the nuisance of the noise they would encounter. I disagree with the gentleman's claim that this is a safe and friendly business to guests and surrounding neighbors. According to an article that I found on the EPA's website, it states, and I quote, "Noise pollution adversely affects the lives of millions of people. Studies have shown that there are direct links between noise and health. Problems related to noise include stress-related illnesses, high blood pressure, speech interference, hearing loss, sleep disruption, and lost productivity. Noise-induced hearing loss is the most common and often discussed health effect. But research has shown that exposure to constant or high levels of noise can cause countless adverse health effects." As to point number 5, I would say that 169 individuals would qualify as more than a handful of community members that are concerned over the noise and the times that they operate. The fact that 169 individuals chose to sign a petition to address the noise in those neighborhoods is a clear sign, in my opinion, that this business is not friendly, not a friendly business when it comes to addressing the noise. I do agree with the gentleman that no business is perfect. What I disagree with him is that most of the businesses in our community strive to adhere to regulations that govern those businesses. We individuals that live close by have witnessed that this business has disregarded city ordinance and even agreements that they have agreed to, such as not operating beyond 11 p.m. There have been a few times they have gone to 1 a.m. This was especially true during the Labor Day holiday. Just this past Sunday, Easter Sunday, They had a music concert and started early in the afternoon and ended at 11:36. I believe it is easy for this gentleman that wrote this article to support the Speedway regardless of the nuisance it creates, because according to his email, he lives in the county and not in proximity of the business. As for his claim that the inconvenience of the Speedway is no different than living by a dairy or next to the railroad tracks or near a busy intersection or near power lines or near a school, I totally disagree with him for a few reasons. Every dairy that I know of is in the county, well beyond any city residential area. The noise that the dairies create cannot be compared to the roaring of the race cars. A train is quite loud, but the sound of the train may be for several minutes and not hours, like the Speedway races. The fact that people are attending this type of event means that there is more traffic down Atkinson Street, which creates even more sound after the races are finished. And I am not sure how you can compare the noise of near power lines to the roaring of the race cars. And I certainly cannot understand how the noise near a school can be compared to that of roaring race cars when schools are in session during the day and not at night. I do not believe the neighborhoods are against this business. However, I do believe the neighborhoods are aware of the city ordinance that mandates that every event that creates a noise shall finish by 10 p.m. This has been followed by the city and other organizations when they host events such as the UFO event and other events. I believe the intent of the petition is with people want the business owners to comply with what they agreed to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I do have one more, Counselor, but Council, let me remind you, we are taking no action tonight. This is an informative event. This is an opportunity for the staff to share with the council what they have learned and what they have done. We are taking no action. Furthermore, I had 2 individuals sign up to speak on this matter. We do not take public comment on presentations. We take them on matters that we are acting upon. This is for information only. So, Councilor Best and again Councilor Peterson, Councilor Best, you have the floor.
Mr. Meavers, since the season has started, we already addressed the mufflers at this meeting, am I correct? That was in your presentation.
Yes.
All the muffler access was last year in the previous, am I correct?
No.
No, okay.
Okay. There was discussion about the possibility of utilizing some mufflers last
Okay.
year on some classes.
Okay.
To reduce the noise. It wasn't until recently that that became mandatory for all classes at all races.
Was it mandatory just at this recent one, or was it at least two?
It's been for all events this year, beginning in early March.
So that's been 3 events?
3 races, yes,
Okay.
3 events.
How many calls have we had to the police department, and I may need your guys' help on this, how many calls have we had to the police department compared to the previous season, compared to this season with the mandatory mufflers and the 11 o'clock? If you can remember it last season, I remember it was during a rain because we had to focus on that too. But this year, I better say this carefully, this year there has not been anybody call in about the racetrack being after hours except one call, and that was Mr. Oropesa. Or were there more? And I may need the police department for that or something. So they've done, what I'm trying to say is they've done their due diligence for the public to go by our rules, and they continue to go by our rules, and they're happily going by our rules. Okay, so.
That was essentially correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we don't know how many people, and I believe the petition was going around last season. So I'm not sure about that. I'm trying to get the season separated because a new business has to work on new legs, and we're working here and we're working it out. So we're going to have a few falters and a few stumbles. So this season, it's all gone by the book from what I understand in your presentation.
this season so far, based upon the most recent mitigation measures that we've implemented and that the track has agreed to, and they have implemented,
Okay.
there have been 0 phone calls about noise
Okay.
and 0 phone calls about late-night events.
Okay, so they're doing a good job of doing what we asked them to do.
From staff's perspective, they are doing a very good job at
Okay.
attempting to comply. No, not attempting. They are complying.
Thank you.
With the most recent requirements.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I have Counselor Peterson, that exhausts my list. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. When did they start racing this year?
I'm sorry?
When did they start racing this year?
Oh, March, the first event? March 20th.
So you've had one event?
No, we had a March 20th, a March 27th, and an April 3rd.
Okay. Now, how many events did you have last year?
I do not know.
Were you allowed to have events because of COVID?
I would have to assume so. Again, you're asking about things that happened before my arrival in the city, so I can only
Okay.
comment on things
So,
that I'm aware of personally.
all right. So if they had events last year, they were technically illegal.
Not necessarily, because they were, I do know for a fact that in the presentation, they were issued a temporary certificate of
Well, I'm-
occupancy in June
Right.
of 2020.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about the governor's order with the COVID.
Again, I have no information.
Okay. So if they didn't have any races last year, they would stand that, they wouldn't get any calls to the police department. But, people being loud over there and the cops don't do nothing, so, people are not gonna call. That's a good, and the Roswell Dragway was located at the old airport, and a number of years ago, people complained it was too loud, and they moved it to the air center. So I would ask if the city would let these guys put a track in the Cielo Grande. There's plenty of property over there. I think it'd be a lot better if it was in Cielo Grande area. Thank you. Thank you,
All right.
Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. That exhausts my list. Thank you, Mr. Mavers. Mr. Nebb, I appreciate staff dealing with this. I understand this is, there's some very good points on this matter. We want to protect the community. We want a business to survive. I am appreciative of the effort staff is doing to reach a resolution that is acceptable to all. Why don't we plan on a further update at a time to be determined later, if you don't mind?
Yes, sir, Mayor, City Council, and I will just reiterate that both parties have agreed to all of the conditions that are on this presentation. The only reason they don't have a full occupancy permit as well is there's some other work that they need to get done. So that's why there's a temporary occupancy permit going on. So we've been working with them to extend that out. Those are the only things I will say. Again, we'll work together to try to make this work as best as possible for the neighborhood as well as the city and the business, and we'll keep together and communicate. So,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, Council, next up is item number 6 on the agenda. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the request of the Legal Committee with a vote of 3-0, I move to hold a public hearing and approve Ordinance 21-01, amending Section 2-20 of the Roswell City Code relating to regularly scheduled meetings of the governing body.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Perry to have a public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 21-01. Mr. Peterson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You all will remember this item from last time. Basically, the idea here is that the time and the date and time of regular meetings of the City Council are set by ordinance to the second Thursday of the month at 6 PM. The way this ordinance is written right now, it just says it shall be at that date and time, and does not take account of situations where it may be advisable to move it for one reason or another, such as that date falling on a holiday. So this is just to amend the ordinance to take account of situations like that. And so we're just adding, you'll see on your slide there, the verbiage that's underscored. The regular meeting of the governing body shall be held at 6 PM on the second Thursday in each month, or as otherwise indicated on the meeting notice. So that's all we're changing, just to take account of that. We would ask you to consider adopting this ordinance. It was approved for, or was recommended for approval for advertisement by the legal committee back in February. Y'all considered it last month and authorized it for advertisement, and today is the public hearing. So thank you, and I stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. Before we go to questions of Mr. Patterson, this is a public hearing. As such, even if an individual did not sign up to speak on these matters, they may do so. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak either in support or opposition to proposed ordinance 21-01? Anyone wishing to speak in support or in opposition? Let the record reflect no one in the audience responded. Is there anyone online indicating they wish to speak on this matter? Let the record reflect no one online wishes to speak on this matter. Councilors, questions, comments? I have no one wishing to speak. This is a proposed ordinance. As such, we will do a roll call vote. Please activate your vote box when you respond. A yes or I approves proposed ordinance 21-01. A no or nay rejects it. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Best? Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Peterson?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Pass 10-0. Thank you. Next item up is item number 7. Councilors, 7 and 8 are actually linked, but we will be acting on them individually. Information relates to both, but we will be acting individually. Councilor Perry, item number 7.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, on the recommendation of the Finance Committee and a vote of 3-0, I make a motion that we approve ordinance number 21-02, authorizing the execution and delivery of a loan agreement by and between the City of Roswell and the New Mexico Finance Authority, evidencing a special limited obligation of the government unit to pay a principal amount of $5,106,000, together with interest thereon, for the purpose of financing the cost of improving the governmental unit solid waste system, including acquisition of equipment, funding a loan agreement reserve account, and paying costs of issuance of the loan, providing for the pledge and payment of the principal and interest due on the loan solely from the net solid waste system revenues, and approving the form and terms of the loan agreement and other details concerning the loan, ratifying actions heretofore taken and repealing all actions inconsistent with this ordinance, and authorizing the taking of other actions in connection with the execution and delivery of the loan agreement.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry. Councilor, can you activate your motion button? And a second by Councilor Roebuck to have a public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 21-02. Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. So on the line, we'll have a brief financial presentation by Eric Harrigan from RBC Capital. And we also have Daniel Alsop, our bond counsel, who will be talking about the ordinance and the loan agreement, just to kind of give everybody a summary. Just for purposes of the public hearing, I'd like to kind of just recap, some of the things that have occurred that led us to this point. The solid waste department was initially in the need of replacing a compactor, which was in the estimated of $1.2 million. Prior action by the city council authorized the purchase of the compactor through the use of the ending cash balance of the solid waste fund and landfill, and in turn authorized staff to proceed forward with seeking the financial assistance through the New Mexico Finance Authority. Shortly thereafter, on February 8th, Sauter Miller and Associates, the engineers on record for the landfill, completed a calculation of the airspace available of Unit 4 and projected that the Unit 4 would be filled by July. SMA has submitted a proposal for design and construction services for the next unit, which is 5A, and after Unit 4 is closed. Of course, not leaving us a whole lot of time to get that 5A underway. On March 11th, the City Council authorized publication of Ordinance 2102, authorizing the loan agreement and seeking of the financial assistance through the New Mexico Finance Authority. On March 29th, bids were opened for the landfill, Unit 5A, with a base bid of $3,335,505. When you include gross receipts tax, that adds up to $3,596,785. At this time, I will ask on Eric Harrigan, who's on GoTo, to give a brief presentation on the financial aspect of this request. Eric, can you hear us?
Thank you, mayors and members. Eric Harrigan with RBC Capital Markets. I do have a short presentation that I will walk through. I don't know if it's up on your screen. I can't see it on my screen.
It is on the screen, the first slide.
There it is. Great, thank you. So not to belabor the topic, as we already provided a little bit of overview of what is being funded with this financing. We did set interest rates with the New Mexico Finance Authority last week. These rates are locked in. The TIC, the true interest cost on the bonds, was 0.825. The all-in TIC is 1.03, which is the true borrowing cost for the city, which includes all of the projects and cost of issuance. The total interest over the 10-year period is just a little over $252,000 for a total repayment of $5,688,000. The bonds are scheduled to close on May 14th, and that is when the funds are available for the city to expend. On page 2 of the presentation shows the annual debt service. The annual debt service associated with the $5 million borrowing is approximately $569,000 a year, and the bonds will be paid off in a 10-year period. On page 3 of the presentation, we've broken down the debt service for the compactor and the landfill separately. The compactor, the annual debt service is approximately $145,000, and for the landfill, $423,000 per year. We have a couple of slides on the market update. I will not go through them other than just to say that since mid-February, interest rates have ticked up a little bit, but still from an interest rate standpoint, especially since the borrowing is on the shorter end, rates are still very much close there near historical lows. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
And Mr. Mayor and Council, we do have Daniel Alsop. Daniel, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Juan, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you want to just give a brief overview of the ordinance and loan agreement.
Sure, I'm happy to. Hello, Mr. Mayor and councilors. Daniel Alsop with the Model Law Firm. The ordinance before you tonight is the same as the ordinance that was introduced at the March 11th meeting, except that it's been updated with the final borrowing amount that was finalized last week, as Eric said. The ordinance is in a standard format for loans of this type. It would authorize the loan, and it provides for payment of the loan agreement payments from net system revenues of the city's solid waste system, which are the revenues of that proprietary fund after payment of necessary costs associated with the solid waste system. So there are no other gross receipts taxes or any new taxes associated with this loan. The loan agreement, the ordinance would approve a form of loan agreement, which I believe is also in your packet. And this agreement is also in a standard format for loans of this type from the New Mexico Finance Authority. It's the agreement between the city and the Finance Authority for payment of the loan agreement. It provides a description of the project to be financed and a pledge of the net system revenues towards payment of the loan. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I think that Mr. Fuentes and Mr. Harrigan provided a good background for how we got to this point and what the plan moving forward is. Just to reiterate what I think Eric said, if the council is inclined to adopt this ordinance tonight, closing would be on May 14th, and that is when funds would be available.
Okay. But you have more you want to add, Mr. Fuentes?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and councilors, the only last piece I would add is, I know at the last meeting, one of the questions was asked, does the fund have the available cash to be able to pay for this project? I just wanted to share with you some numbers that as of our report as of yesterday, we do have about $4 million right now for the solid waste fund. For this $4 million already includes the compactor that has already been paid out. This project is $3.5 million. So if it was to be using those same funds, that would bring us lower than $500,000 in cash reserves. Through the budget process that we're going through right now, I know the Solid Waste Department has submitted some requests for consideration. I just want to share with you what some of those future needs. For example, a D9 dozer, which is about a $1.1 million piece of equipment, a material handler CAT, which is $421,000, and a backhoe, which is about $180,000, for a total of equipment needs of $1.7 million. That does not include a future sale that we need to plan for so that we are not finding ourselves in the same situation 10 years from now when this cell 5A closes. At today's numbers, cell 5B is estimated at $5.9 million. Again, that's the reason for us for consideration of this loan, because we definitely do need some reserves for not only emergencies, but also for some of the smaller equipment that the department may need for their operations. And with that, Mr. Mayor, Council, we'll stand for any questions.
All right, now, this is a public hearing. At this point, I will turn to the audience here. Is there anyone here wishing to speak either in support or in opposition to proposed ordinance 21-02? Anyone present wishing to speak? Sir, come on up, state your name and your address, and you will have 3 minutes.
Eric Conley, 2815 in Canto. It won't take 3 minutes. Not to pass ordinance 2102 would be asinine. And I believe that everybody should vote for this. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition or in support? Let the record reflect there are no other individuals wishing to speak either in opposition or support in the audience. Is there anyone wishing to speak online on this matter? Let the record reflect there is no one wishing to speak online. At this point, I'll turn to councilors. I have Councilor Perry. Councilor Perry, you have the floor.
One, if you could go back, I'm sorry, go backwards, keep going. Back a little further, keep going, keep going, keep going. And stop right there. So total interest is $252,027. I want to just remind the council, though that does seem like a lot of money, this is over 10 years, and this is this rate, as we look at this at the net interest cost and the true interest cost, this is low. We are not going to see this again in a long time. We're not going to see this. The federal government has seen it fit, both sides of the aisle, to see this roll out for the monies that are going to be coming. There's a significant amount of money that's being spent with that, and with the changes that are being made, that's going to bring interest rates higher. It has to. We will not see interest rates this low again, so over a 10-year period, every year, that's only, I know it sounds like a lot, but in comparison to what we deal with on a daily basis here, we're only looking at $25,000 a year versus trying to absorb all of this with what we have on hand, and then have a situation where we truly do have to borrow money and interest rates are through the roof. We can't read tomorrow, but one thing I think we can all foresee and know is we will not see interest rates this low again in a long time. I think that it is the best interest of our constituents. It's the best interest of us being wise spenders of our money. Not our money. When I say ours, I mean the constituents of Roswell, the taxpayers' monies, to utilize this in this way so that we will have the funds for those emergency projects that come up without having to deal with those larger interest rates. I yield.
Thank you. I have no one else on my list to speak on this matter. Now, Mr. Patterson, there are some special features to this ordinance you want to share with us at this time?
Per state statute related to revenue bonds, this does have to pass by 3/4 vote, which would be 8.
All right. So 8 affirmatives, otherwise it fails. So a yes or aye approves proposed ordinance 21-02, a no or nay rejects it. This will be a roll call vote. Please activate your vote box when your name is called and you respond. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Kinnard?
Yes.
Counselor Peterson?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Robeck?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
No.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Motion passes 9-1.
Thank you, 9-1. Next item up is actually connected to this. It is item number 8, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is also at the recommendation of the Legal Committee with a vote of 3-0, that I move to award ITB 21-009 for the Municipal Landfill Unit 5A construction to J&H Services of Albuquerque with a bid cost of $3,596,785.60, which includes gross receipts tax.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Perry to approve ITB 21-009. Mr. Nahar.
Mayor, Council, good evening. On the line should also be Scott McKittrick with Souter Miller. Again, this is to award the project ITB-21-009 Municipal Landfill Unit 5A construction in the amount as stated by Councilor Stubbs. The graphic you see is, the yellow one is where we're at right now, Unit 4. I will say that that was built in 2015 by J&H Services, who is the one and only bidder that we had on this bid. The red right below it is Unit 5A, which is approximately half of Unit 5, which is the next cell that we'll be working on. Again, there was only one bid, J&H Services. Souter Miller did review the bids. I reviewed the bids. We're very comfortable with J&H Services. They are out from Albuquerque, but the owner is from the valley here. And they, as I stated, they did build Unit 4 for us. And this went to legal committee, and it was passed 3-0, and I stand for any questions. And again, Scott McKittrick should be on the line.
He is. He's muted right now. Did you wish him to share anything with you, or just be available?
Given this opportunity to say anything if he would like.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
thanks for the opportunity. I think Mr. Nahas summarized it quite well.
All right. I like brief. Counselors, questions or comments? I see no one on my list at this point. I will once again ask for a roll call vote on this one. Mr. Patterson, however, this one does not require a supermajority. Is that correct?
It does not require a supermajority.
All right. So a yes or aye approves the ITB 21-009 for the construction of municipal landfill unit 5A. A no or nay rejects it. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Kinner?
Yes.
Counselor Peterson?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Robeck?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor and
Appreciate it.
Council.
Next up is item number 9. Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the award of ITB 21004 rebid Spring River Trail Rehabilitation Project to Constructors, Inc. in the amount of $159,485.45, which includes GRT.
I have a motion by Counselor Roebuck and a second by Counselor Peterson to approve ITB 21-004 Spring River Trail Rehabilitation. Mr. Nahar, welcome back.
Yes, sir. And council, again, this is to award ITB-21-009 rebid. This is a rebid project, so I want to make sure that it is on the record that this is a rebid. The first bid went out 2 months ago. It was about $60,000 over where we're at right now. We reduced the work, did some of the work out of engineering capital improvement work to do some slope repairs. Basically, this project now is just an overlay and pavement repair. We had 2 bids. The one bid that we have now, $159,000. Wrong slide.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Okay. The numbers are in my head. They looked all right. Okay, there's the Hondo Trail. Again, the limits are, the Spring River Trail from Atkinson to Virginia. And as I was stating, the work that we have now is basically an overlay and some repair of pavement areas where the roots have pushed up the pavement, and some of the areas where it's sloughed off more than we could do before. The amount is $159,485.45, which includes GRT. The DOT is participating in this project in the amount of $127,306. This did go to Infrastructure Committee, and it was approved 3-0, and I stand for any questions.
All right. I have Counselor Oropesa. Counselor, you have the floor.
Okay, the button's not working, so.
You were there for a second. I saw it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, the original bid was for $208,501.08 back in January.
That is correct.
And that was rejected.
Correct.
And so now they come and with $159,000, which is the same bidder with Constructors Incorporated.
Correct.
So, and the difference is somewhere like $49,000.
Correct.
Between the first bid and the last bid. So, is the project being changed?
That is correct. After Councilor Oropesa, after the first bid, the $208,000, the work that we committed to the DOT was the overlay and the pavement repair, along with the ADA ramps and some other repairs and some signage. So when we did the first bid, the $209,000, $210,000 the first bid was, could not be accommodated within what we call the capital improvement project account. So we couldn't overrun that account, so we had to reduce the work for the bid, but we were still committed to the DOT to do the work. And what I did out of the capital improvements engineering fund, we're doing concrete repairs, ADA repairs, and that kind of stuff. We did that using our annual maintenance contract. So our commitment to the DOT and to the public is honored. We took care of the ADA work, some concrete work, and reduced the scope of work that was the rebid, which is what you have in front of you now. So when you reduce the scope of the work, basically you took the concrete work out, and now all we have is the asphalt paving work. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, it does. So it eliminates the concrete work that originally was in there.
Yes, and we did that out of a different, I'm going to say a different cookie jar, using the engineering cookie jar to pay for that, because we did have to still meet our commitments to the DOT and to the public to improve the ADA access to the trail.
Okay, so I guess I'm being confused. So does the project include the concrete, or, and is being paid through something else?
The concrete work is completed. We have already done it.
Oh, okay.
And it was done, yes, sir, from a different account. It's budget time, so when you look in 2601, 4311, what is that, 4020, the maintenance and repair infrastructure work, we took it out of that to do concrete repairs, which is what I use to do ADA ramps around town, concrete repairs around town, and that type of stuff.
Okay, so the project really didn't suffer?
The project, the scope of work, what I call the project, did not suffer, nor did our commitment to the New Mexico DOT and to the public to provide the improvements to the Spring River Trail.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have no one else wishing to speak on this matter. At this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or I will approve ITB 21-004, Spring River Trail Rehabilitation. A no or nay will reject it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none and seeing none, passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Next up is item number 10. Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the ITB 20-002 Lee and Deming Bridge Repairs Project Change Order Number 1 in the amount of $63,121.34.
I have a motion by Counselor Roebuck. All right, let's try that again. Go ahead. And a second by Counselor Foster to approve change order number 1 to ITB 20-002 Lee and Deming Bridge Repairs Project. Mr. Sanchez, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, good evening. Here this evening to ask you to consider ITB 20-002 Lee and Deming Bridge Repairs Project, change order number 1 in the amount of $63,121. And this first slide in the blue area, that's where we had to go outside the boundaries of the original project for the bridge repair. That way we could get the main line relocated in order for them to do the bridge repair project, to get the new bridge in.
Okay.
On the second slide in the red, this is the area where we're going to do the microservice, the entire length of the roadway, in order to seal it up after we get the patchwork done. And the total cost is, like I said, $63,121. This funding will come directly out of the water maintenance and transmission current budget. Infrastructure Committee recommended to approve this 3-0 and bring this to tonight's council meeting. And with that, I stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. I have Counselor Oropesa. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question. When this project was approved, did we not know that the street needed to be cut, to be relocated? Or when did we find out that that was needed, that we didn't include the $63,000?
Yes, sir, Councilor Oropesa. A lot of times you get into this, whenever you get into the old infrastructure, the old main lines, you don't know what you're going to find in the ground. And in order to make the project a whole lot more, make it proper, to make the proper tie-ins, continue the line size to make it better so we don't just cut in half in the middle of the project. tie onto oil cast iron line and not have it done properly. So we extended the project. We went outside those boundaries because of the old age of the main line in there. And just looking at the main line, the condition of it, we decided to extend it to the next block. So we went a little bit further than what was anticipated in the original project.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions or comments, councilors? Seeing none, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or I approves change order number 1 to ITB 20-002 Lee and Deming Bridge Repairs Project. A no or nay rejects the change order. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none and seeing none, it passes 10-0. I have one quick question. What's
Yes,
the
sir, Mayor.
schedule to do the demo on the old bridge?
That's a good question, Mr. Naylor.
Just curious.
That's a very good question, and I'm going to answer it with another question. Do we still want to do a photo op when we start the demo?
We can. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm more flexible on that, but
We're hoping to pave in 2 weeks, and once we're done with the road repair that was presented in this presentation, we'll start with the bridge. The idea is, on this project, I requested that the contractor flip the schedule. Since the water department had already been there since January with the water lines and blocking the roads, we wanted to give the road back to the public, and then we'll start the bridge.
okay.
But I'm estimating about 2 weeks, and I know there was interest from legislature for a photo op. We could arrange that at your convenience.
Okay, we'll work with Public Affairs. So basically, Deming will be opened once you're done with the road.
Correct. Right now, as everybody knows, on North Main, we're doing Nova Chip, which is a different type of hot mix. As I understand, the DOT is going to be doing some hot mix on West Second. Same thing, Nova Chip. So we have to wait for the plant to switch over to another type of pavement before we can do the paving on Deming.
Okay. Thank you. Council, I apologize, but I thought it would be useful to bring everybody up to speed on that. Next up, council and audience, items 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 were approved when the agenda was approved as items in the consent agenda. We are now moving on to item number 16. Councilor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and council, I move that we approve Resolution 2119 for the 2020 Roswell Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan to use as a guideline.
I have a motion by Councilor Foster and a second by Councilor Peterson. Councilor Peterson, do that one more time. It didn't take. Thank you. And a second by Councilor Peterson to approve Resolution 21-19. Where did Mr. Nahar go? Nice try. Oh, no. You're not going to read that, are you?
No, I just wanted to bring it, so, again, before you have Resolution 2119, 2020 Roswell Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan. I just want to reiterate for those, it wasn't in the packet, my apologies. It's 148 pages. It was disseminated in February 2020 to everybody. And again, I sent it again out this week. Just to give you the highlights of how we got to this spot. We finished the master plan. We presented the master plan to infrastructure for the final draft in February 2020. We had our final public hearing in February 2020. We were scheduled in March and April to do the very thing we're doing right now. But with COVID and everything else, it kind of got lost in the shuffle. In February 2021, Healthy Kids for Chavez County Healthy Kids asked questions on the funding and the ideas and concepts within the master plan. It was then when I suggested to them, we have to adopt the master plan and just take it to Since they're healthy kids, it goes to the Parks and Recs, goes to Parks and Recs, General Services, which we did, and now we're here at council. Again, the 148-page does have ideas, does have recommendations, does have costs. Whereas I suggest that we adopt this policy as a guideline. Because if we adopt it as an ordinance, then you have basically an unfunded mandate, and we don't want to do that. The federal government already does enough of that, that the city of Roswell doesn't want to do that. So we want to accept the guidelines, the technical guidelines, plus there's ideas that any entity, Healthy Kids, anybody else wants to take some of these ideas and apply for funding from state level, federal level, or anybody else out there, they can use this as a reference and get the points when they're using a reference on the plan. That's why we have master plans. You don't have to have a master plan that you pass as an ordinance and have an unfunded mandate, but you can have a master plan as a resolution, as a guideline to help with the funding, the seeking of the funds, and also the technical ideas that are with it. And this did go to General Services Committee, or Parks and Recreation Committee, then General Service Committee, and General Services Committee recommended 3-0, and I stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. Questions for Councilor Oropesa?
The questions that I have, Mr. Nehart answered them when he emailed us the information on this. And I had already pulled it before the information that we received from Mr. Nehart, so I don't have any questions.
All right, thank you, sir. At this point, I have no one else wishing to speak on this matter. I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-19. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor of Resolution 21-19, approving the 2020 Roswell Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none and seeing none, passes 10-0.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Next up, item number 17, Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the recommendation of the Finance Committee, on a vote of 3-0, I make a motion that we approve Resolution 21-20, a resolution authorizing the sale of certain surplus personal property.
I have a motion, Councilor, go ahead and activate. I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Foster to approve Resolution 21-20. Mr. Glenn.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have a resolution this evening, surplus certain property. This includes stuff from water maintenance, the treatment plant, animal control, central control, police, and recreation, obsolete and unusable, or in an unrepairable situation. This will be listed on publicsurplus.com. And if the items don't sell, we will dispose of them in the most appropriate fashion. This was recommended by the Finance Committee at their meeting at 3-0.
All right, and I have Councilor Oropesa, you went away, you came back. There you are. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Exhibit A, I'm assuming this is a typographical error where it says value, it looks like $2 and less. I'm assuming that should have been $2,000?
Which item?
On the Exhibit A chart that you have?
Yes.
Right on the blue
Oh, yes.
section?
That should be 2,000 or less. Yes.
That's what I thought. And on the depreciated value column, most items indicate 0, and some of them are left blank. Can you explain why?
It depends on the way the accounting, they do it in the finance office. There's some things that actually they depreciate out. There's other things that don't depreciate, like the meters, the Neptune meters that are listed. They are actually inventory in the warehouse, don't depreciate.
Okay.
Because they're actual items that don't fall into that category.
And on the action reserve column, again, there's entries for some items and no entries for the other items.
That's mostly a way that we can track stuff internally. Like for the first Neptune meter there, that's what I will list as the auction reserve for that item. The item actually cost us $52.83, so I will set the auction reserve at $50 per item.
Okay, so there's only certain items that you auction off?
Yes, because there's some of these items that are scrap or have absolutely no value.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Right, Mr. Patterson, that correction, that error that Councilor Oropesa detected, that can be a typographical correction we can do to the attachment?
Yeah, I think the body can adopt that by unanimous consent.
Okay. All right. I have no one else wishing to speak on this matter. At this point, I'll ask for a voice vote with the understanding that by approving this, we are approving the correction to the typographical error detected by Councilor Oropesa. A yes or aye approves Resolution -21-20, sale of certain surplus personal property. A no or nay rejects Resolution 21-20. And when you respond, please activate your vote box. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none and seeing
Mr.
none,
Mayor?
it passes 10-0.
Could I ask for Angela to repeat her vote, please?
You asked for whom?
Angela, Counselor Moore?
Councilor Moore, could you repeat your vote? Councilor Moore, could you repeat your vote for the record? Counselor? We're not hearing you. She shows as activated on my screen. Okay, go ahead, Counselor. Can you repeat your vote? I'm showing she's muted now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. And your vote was?
Yes, I voted yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it, Counselor.
Thank you.
Item number 18, the minutes from March 11th were adopted when the agenda was approved as part of the consent agenda. We now move on to item number 19. However, it is 8 o'clock, and as I said to some of you beforehand, I would propose to take a 5-minute recess at this time. It is 8:01. We reconvene at 8:06. We are in recess.
trying to get it into a competitor. There's always the same. One of our vendors actually has a small subdivision past Roswell. It's in the argument for the price that we're asking. So we actually we're all still working in the process. See you later.
I know, but this was, pretty easy. Yeah, this one was good. All right. All right, we're back. Counselors, if you could take your seat, we'll resume. Counselors, please take your seat so we can resume. Counselors, please resume your seats. Okay, you're up first.
Yeah.
It is 8:07, darn. We are back in session. Next up is item number 19, Counselor Best.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion for the removal of demolition of 4 dilapidated structures, excluding one of those structures, which is 1202 West 8th. From what I understand, the owner came forward and did his job. So we are marking that number down to 3 instead of 4.
All right, I have a motion by Counselor Best to approve Resolution 21-1, hang on, 18, removing the property at 1202 West 8th Street from Exhibit A. I have a motion by Best, a second by Foster. Mr. Mavers.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, thank you again for having for the opportunity for me to speak before you. As Councilor Best stated, subsequent to the Public Safety Committee meeting earlier, or last month, one of the property owners came and resolved the deficiency, that address 1202 West 8th Street. So it is recommended that City Council go ahead and amend Resolution 2118 to remove or halt any further enforcement activity against that particular property, but go ahead and move forward with the remainder.
All right. Mr. Patterson, this format is acceptable in your mind on the resolution with this adjustment to Exhibit A?
Yeah, it was part of the original motion, so that's all that needs to be done.
All right. At this point, any questions or comments, councilors? Seeing none, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-18, condemnations, with the modification reported. A no or nay rejects. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none. Seeing none, I have a vote of 10-0. Next up is item number 20. Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the recommendation of the Finance Committee and a vote of 3-0, I make a motion that we approve Resolution 21-21, which is to amend the fiscal year ending June 30, 2021.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Kennard to approve Resolution 21-21. Ms. Velarde.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I have Resolution 21-21. This is a monthly housekeeping item where we will amend the budget revenue in various funds for $7,529 and expenses in various funds for $426,121. Specifically in Fund 1101, which is the general fund, expenses of $400,421. For pond project, $180,053. To cover personnel and contract services costs for $220,368. In Fund 2103, the Library Grants Fund, revenues of $7,529, which would account for receiving additional monies. For Fund 2690, the Restricted Donation Fund, expenses of $25,700. To purchase zoo fencing for $22,000, and for canine costs, $3,700. And I will stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. I have no one indicate, I have Councilor Perry. Councilor, you have the floor.
Just wanted to say, I know you spoke to us at Finance. Is this your first meeting with us at Council?
Yes, and I should have introduced myself, and I apologize.
Yes, so we just want to make sure and welcome you. You may want to just share with folks what you're doing for us.
Yes, I'm sorry for those of you who I haven't had the chance to meet. My name is Summer Valverde, and I am the new budget internal auditor for the city.
All right. Fair enough. Thank you, Councilor, for catching that. We appreciate it. I see no one else wishing to speak on this matter. I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye will approve Resolution 21-21, budget adjustment to fiscal year FY 2021. A no or nay rejects the resolution. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0. Next up is item number 21. Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. This is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee with a vote of 3-0 that I move to approve to advertise for a public hearing during our May 13th regular City Council meeting, proposed ordinance 21-03 to allow the City of Roswell to enter into written intergovernmental agreements between the city and other governments to create conditions and terms of service, and to include the, the delegation of authority for negotiating and approving such agreements.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Perry to approve authorization to advertise for a future public hearing on proposed ordinance 21-03. Mr. Patterson.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. As we've just heard, we are asking you to consider advertising for a public hearing on a new ordinance 21-03, which relates to intergovernmental agreements relating to mutual aid. So as some background, currently the city already provides different services to surrounding communities, local or municipalities, Chavez County, and even beyond Chavez County in certain circumstances. The kind of big ones that we do are law enforcement, fire, and rescue. From the point of view of the city, this is an important part of what we do because supporting these surrounding communities, provides that benefit back on the city as well. So the city is really firmly committed to the provision of these services. In addition, Roswell also benefits from services that are provided by other communities into Roswell. So the city's been doing this for a long time, and so over the years, different arrangements have kind of been created with different governmental entities. Sometimes there's a written agreement, there's not always one. Many of these agreements are quite old, so the agreements are not uniform, they're not consistent, they may not always reflect the current things that are actually being done, and most of them, or many of them anyway, do not actually address the cost associated with these services. So the purpose of this proposed ordinance would be to require the city to enter into intergovernmental agreements setting forth terms of what I'm going to call out-of-jurisdiction requested aid services. And it's basically the concept that we're talking about, that when Roswell goes out to help different surrounding communities outside of city limits, or if any communities around, including up to the state and beyond, come into the city to provide services, these agreements would address the conditions for that process. The idea here, as I kind of indicated a moment ago, right now we've got a scattershot of different agreements out there, or lack of agreements, and so we want to standardize, regularize our process for this so that we have a consistent system, that we're treating everybody kind of on the same way going forward. The idea here is that part of what we want to do is look at cost, but that's not the only thing we want to do. One of the big things is we would ask different governments that we are providing services to pay for those services. We would also then reciprocally, when we are benefiting from services, pay for those services. And so that's the kind of the concept. In addition, addressing these agreements would allow us to look at the allocation of risk and liability. Unfortunately, it's just kind of part of the game when you go out and do provide services that you do end up incurring liability, and whether or not you are actually the one that created the liability, if you're there, you're going to get drug into that lawsuit or whatever happens. And so by having an explicit agreement, we're able to hopefully address some of those issues and figure out who's doing what and where that liability and risk lies. The kind of last point that we're trying to address with this is that we want to foster self-reliance among community government partners. So the idea here is that by having different communities internalize these costs of these services, we will encourage them to be more self-reliant and actually provide these services themselves, so that in the event that someday Roswell's not able to, we're always going to try to be there if we can, but if at some point we're not able to be there for them, they are able to provide services themselves, and they don't become too reliant on us, or vice versa. So with that, the legal committee did recommend that this be advertised to hold a public hearing at the March meeting, and so we would now ask you to consider authorizing this for advertisement to hold a public hearing at the next city council meeting. And I would stand for questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions or comments? I have Councilor Peterson And Counselor Roebuck. Counselor Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question with this. If this is passed, can, like, say, the town of Dexter send police to Roswell?
Yes, and that's exactly the concept, is that if we enter into one of these agreements, if Dexter needs us, we send to them. If we need Dexter, Dexter sends to us. And then we have a system in place to account for all of that.
So Roswell would be able to go to outside of the city limits to police?
And we currently do. It's just that we don't right now have a systematic way of addressing that. So we're already doing that, and the idea here is to kind of create a process to regularize how we're doing it.
Because with the new law that was just passed,
Yes, sir.
you know, in July, that becomes, with the liability issues, I think that the city police should only be in Roswell. And I don't want Dexter cops coming here, pulling me over, you know.
Well, and
That's going to happen.
I don't think it works quite that way. Dexter cops aren't going to come here and pull you over, and vice versa, because especially municipal police, they don't have arresting powers outside of the jurisdiction. They will go out to provide, backup for the police that do have that arrest powers in that jurisdiction. But Roswell police can't go and arrest somebody in Dexter, or vice versa.
But if this is passed, that's what you're asking, right?
No, that would be, you can't do it. I'm sure that police officers who are here can give you some more information about how that works, but it wouldn't be
Mr. Nett, did you want to jump in there?
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, City Council, one thing I will add to this is that we're not talking about the action of these agencies on their own. It has to be a request from the City of Roswell saying, we need your help, please come help us. That's how all the MOUs are working right now. We've just never established a standardization process. So conversely, if they ask for our help, then we go out there, and this is how we're trying to address this process will help protect against that qualified immunity of these responses, because it follows the whole federal standard of incident command as well too. When an emergency is declared by the federal government, then we're allowed to pool together our sources in order to do an incident response. Same thing here with this. We're just talking outside of the federal level. We're going to do it state and city and county and all the municipalities. So I understand your concern with that, but it is really, there's nobody that will come into town without our request that will have the powers that we grant to them for that purpose. I think the same thing works on mounted patrol and the other agencies that are out there for emergency type services. It's just a little bit different way of pooling our resources when those needs are there, so.
Well, I just have concerns with, the amount of police officers that were down here in Roswell. And, we're down, how many officers are we down?
I believe it's either 4 to 6. It's right around in that range. I know we just looked at that number as far as how many were down. And I think you are addressing one of our concerns are, as long as we're able to help, it works out. Even for fire, we can respond outside if we're available. Our concern is that if our call volumes or our need inside the city is too great, our responsibilities stop at that municipal line. So the idea is to establish this control, because if we don't have the control, then we need to make sure these other agencies know to look elsewhere for these mutual aid services as well too. But we're down 6, and again, we help the entire community, help the entire county as necessary. This will just help identify the when and why.
Well, I don't have a problem with the fire, being part of this, but with the police, I have issue with that. Thank you.
I have Councilor Roebuck and Councilor Foster. That exhausts my list. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a question that If it's not a short one, we'll save it for the public hearing, but if it's a short one, I'll take the answer. And that is that, why do we need to make an ordinance for this versus, I assume you have the power to make these agreements already. What's the purpose of the ordinance?
Well, this is something that, as the city manager has alluded to, is done at different levels, throughout, from the federal all the way down. And, we kind of played around with whether to do it as a resolution or an ordinance. And what I kind of saw was that the way that other municipalities have done it, and counties have also done it, other local governments that have done it have used an ordinance. I think it could be done in multiple different ways, but the ordinance gives it a little bit of oomph that maybe just a policy or a resolution wouldn't have. And so I think that was the thought behind that. And just why do it? If someone else has already done it successfully, we want to replicate what's already been done successfully. And so that was kind of the thought.
But you could enter these agreements without an ordinance.
And we have.
Right.
Right, yeah.
That's all. Great. I yield.
All right, I have Counselor Foster and Counselor Stubbs. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted it to be brought out. It was brought out to us in legal that this is an ordinance for these agreements, but it wouldn't bind us and keep us from helping a community that does reach out to us for need that didn't have the agreement in place already. So that way, in case of an emergency, it doesn't stop us from leaving the city limits to go help somebody that we need to help.
That's correct.
I yield.
Okay. I have Counselor Stubbs, and that exhausts my list. Counselor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick comment. I think that that it's good it's in an ordinance because it gives continuity to those agreements, so they are kind of, understood by everyone participating, and I think it also hones in on, or helps us hone in on making these agreements where other entities have a good understanding as to what they are through a more standard process. And what I understand is there are agreements out there that we haven't even looked at in a long time, or even know if they're still activated. So this, as an ordinance, is going to help us clean all of that up, I believe, and get them all lined up and in one place. Thank you.
All right. I have, that exhausts my list. At this point, I will remind us all, this is simply to approve the authorization to advertise for a future public hearing. As such, I will ask for a voice vote. This is not action on the ordinance. This is a authorization to advertise for a future public hearing. A yes or I approves the advertisement for a future public hearing, and a no or nay rejects that for proposed ordinance 21-03. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Please say nay.
Nay.
I have 9-1. Motion passes. Next up is item number 22. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is the election of a mayor pro tem. We do this every year in April, and I think right now I just want to thank members for the 2 terms that you have given me. I hope I've done a good job, and I hope that the things that I've sent to you have been useful to you. So it's my pleasure at this point, Mr. Mayor, to ask you to open the floor for nominations.
Mr. Patterson, do you want to add anything to this?
I will just remind everybody that the mayor pro tem is the one who serves in the mayor's absence. And in order to nominate, you can self-nominate. Does not require a second. We will have a roll call vote on this, and a nominee wins if they get a majority of the votes cast. And there's a complicated procedure that's set forth in our governing body rules. When that doesn't happen, it's actually reproduced in your packet if you want to look at it. Hopefully, we will not have to go into that.
And we will note that the mayor doesn't have a vote even if there is a tie.
Yes.
So at this point, I'll entertain any nominations or self-nominations. Don't everyone look so excited. Counselor Pesa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I nominate Counselor Stubbs to continue her good work that she has been doing the past 2 years.
All right, I have Counselor Stubbs. Counselor, do you wish to continue?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you meant with a, I could, yes. I
Okay.
didn't realize what you're asking.
Counselor Best.
I want to nominate Jason Perry.
We have Counselor Perry. All right. Anyone else? Going once. Going twice. Sold to Philip Morris. All right. Here's how we're going to do this. Ms. Call will call the roll. When your name is called, identify Stubbs or Perry. Clearly, openly. Do not use your vote box. There's no electronic equipment for this action. So once again, when your name is called, simply state Stubbs or Perry, your choice. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Perry.
Perry.
Counselor Best.
Perry.
Counselor Kennard.
Perry.
Counselor Peterson.
Stubbs.
Counselor Sanchez. I take that as Counselor
Perry.
Perry. Counselor Robeck.
Perry.
Counselor Moore. Counselor Moore.
I see her still is muted.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to come back to her?
Yes, we will come back to Counselor Moore. Continue with the vote.
Counselor Oropesa.
Stubbs.
Counselor Foster.
Stubbs.
Counselor Stubbs.
Stubbs.
Counselor Moore. Counselor Moore, can you hear us?
Counselor Moore, can you hear us? Counselor Moore. Mr. Patterson, your thoughts? We are obviously having communication problems.
Per the Open Meetings Act, if the counselor cannot communicate contemporaneously with the body, then that counselor cannot participate in the meeting and is basically absent.
Oh. Counselor Moore, your choice for Mayor Pro Tem.
She has it in chat.
She texted it. Okay.
I question whether that works for the Open Meetings Act. I don't think texting works. It has to be just
Verbal.
be able to hear. Yeah.
Okay, Counselor Moore, again, we need a verbal response.
No, she can call myself.
Stubbs. I don't know
All
what's
right.
wrong with my
Thank
notes.
you. That would be a tie. Counselor Perry, 5. Counselor Stubbs, 5.
Okay, under the rules, we vote
Mayor.
again.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
could I make a statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate those that voted for me and Counselor Oropesa for nominating me, but I do believe it's time that I step down, so I'm going to remove my name and ask for unanimous consent for Counselor Perry to be our next Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Stubbs. I have a request that we have a unanimous vote of approval for Counselor Perry as Mayor Pro Tem by acclamation. Is there any objection? Hearing, no, Counselor Oropesa. Go ahead.
I do object.
Okay.
And the reason that I do object is because I never got a call.
I'm sorry.
Said I never got a call to request my support. So I am not willing to vote.
Okay. We'll go with we'll do a revote then. Or since we only have one candidate, we will make that
I think maybe with Counselor Stubbs removing herself from the running, we could see if there's any other nominations before we have another vote.
Any other nominations before we have a vote? We're kind of in uncharted water here. I don't see anyone.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just make just a statement. I did not call any counselors and request any support from any of these any counselors, because I've seen in the past what division it can be made in doing a mayor pro tem vote. So I chose, just if my name was brought forward, that I would accept if given the opportunity, but if not, I did not want to put pressure on any counselors.
Okay. As Counselor Perry's is the only name still in play for the position of Mayor Pro Tem, and there are no other nominees or self-nominees, I will designate Counselor Perry as the Mayor Pro Tem-elect. Mr. Patterson, does that sound acceptable?
Governing body rules require that to become you need a majority of the votes cast by those present.
Okay.
That is
Then
the
we'll ask for
requirement.
another vote. A yes or aye in this case is adequate. A yes approves Counselor Perry as the Mayor Pro Tem. A no rejects it. Active, we don't do the vote box. No, I'm sorry. We'll do a roll call.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Best.
Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard.
Yes.
Counselor Peterson.
No.
Counselor Sanchez. Counselor Robeck.
Yes.
Counselor Moore.
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa.
Abstain.
Counselor Foster. Counselor Stubbs.
Yes.
We have 7 yes, 1 no, 2 abstained. Motion passes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Patterson, for helping us navigate this. All right. Next up is item number 23. Counselor Best.
Man, the best of the best. We aren't left for last, my dear.
Not related at all.
Okay, I'd like to consider the approval to purchase a priority dispatch cooperation structure emergency call talking protocol software and related materials, and the training and certification of dispatchers, emergency fire, emergency police dispatchers to supplement required and state-supported emergency medical dispatch certification and related protocol software. You could have made it easier, dear.
Activate your motions
That's
button.
okay.
I have a motion by Counselor Best and a second by Counselor Kennard to consider approval purchase of Priority Dispatch Corporation's structured emergency call taking protocol software, etc. Ms. Best.
Thank
And
you.
let the record reflect you are not related to the counselor, is that
Not
correct?
related, no, sir.
All right. We have no conflict of interest here. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I appreciate you having me here. They don't let me out very much these days. For anyone that I have not met, my name is Terry Best. I'm the director of the Communications Center, and I'm here tonight to ask for authorization to purchase the Priority Dispatch Fire and Police Structured Call-Taking Software. EMD, Emergency Medical Dispatch, as Councilor Best stated, is required and supported by the state of New Mexico. What this purchase will allow is for dispatch to support that module with fire and police protocols as well. What structured call taking allows is for consistency in caller interrogation, heightened safety considerations. It makes for a more consistent prioritization of calls for service, which provides an optimal deployment of resources, and it puts post-dispatch and pre-arrival instructions at the dispatcher's fingertips. Quite simply, it provides the emergency telecommunicators the tools to do the job that they do confidently and competently. The program also includes a comprehensive quality assurance improvement component. This makes sure that the 911 operators are using the program correctly, and it provides a means to make sure that we're giving the community the highest level of service possible. It's been my intent to implement structured call taking since I decided to make Roswell my home. It helps with training and retention in my experience. It promotes a high level of service to the community and the responders. And having said that, I have anticipated the cost of this program, and I made sure that funds were set aside for that purpose. The initial implementation pricing for the fire and police modules is $217,209. This includes the software, an on-site vendor implementation and support and training, certification of the entire dispatch staff as emergency fire, emergency police dispatchers, and the first-year software maintenance and licensing. These funds, as I said, were budgeted and available for fiscal year 2021, so I don't need to request more money from you. I just need an approval for purchase because I need to spend a fair amount in one place. Under the JPA for the Pecos Valley Regional Communication Center, which is the official name for Consolidated Dispatch as a consolidated center for Chaves County, the county pays 40% of our operating expenses, of which this will fall. So when the expenses come through, the county does reimburse for the 40%. Ongoing annual software maintenance and licensing for the police and fire modules will total $27,000 per year. Again, that will come out of dispatch operating expenses, which will be supported 60/40 city-county. A sole source request was submitted to the state of New Mexico for Priority Dispatch Corporation, showing that Priority Dispatch is the only provider of protocols that are affiliated with the International Academy of Emergency Dispatch. I'm nervous, can you tell? International Academies of Emergency Dispatch. Their protocols are backed by scientific research, and they're clinically reviewed by their Board of Physicians and College of Fellows. That is the expiration for rebuttals is Monday, this coming Monday. So we'll get a determination on that on April 14th, and that is why I come to you tonight, requesting that the council approve the purchase of the fire and police protocols from Priority Dispatch Corporation, contingent on the approval of the sole source request of the state of New Mexico. And the Public Safety Committee recommended presentation to full council unanimously. Thank you, and I'll stand for any questions.
All right, any questions? Counselors? No, you're a dispatcher. You can't be nervous in this environment. This is nothing.
I talk to people I can't see.
I'm not that ugly. I'm sorry, I am not that ugly. What is all, yeah, I am now. All right, having no one wishing to comment on this thing, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the purchase, so eloquently described. A no or nay rejects the purchase. All those, and activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor of the purchase signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, Passes 10-0. Ms. Best, thank you. Thank you for what you do. For someone who's been on the other end of the radio, most people have no idea how important what you do is, and how, well, Lieutenant Smith understands, but you can be in very challenging situations, and that calm voice makes all the difference. All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right, item number 24, Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the award of RFP 21004, second posting, general construction services as a multiple source award to all three contractors, Facility Build, Hallway Construction, and White Sands Construction for various citywide construction projects.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Kennard to approve RFP 21-004, General Construction Services. Mr. Moore. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Good evening. The item before you, RFP 21-004, second posting, General Construction Services. We're asking that you consider the award of the RFP for General Construction Services as a multiple source award to all three contractors, Facility Build, Holloway Construction, and White Sands Construction, for various citywide general construction work needs. All three contractors are deemed qualified for a multiple source award and to establish a contractor pool. The Infrastructure Committee recommended this 3-0. To give you some background on it, we started out with at our pre-proposal meeting with 7 contractors, but we only had 3 that ultimately submitted. This is on-call services, which is similar to the engineering RFP. It also is similar to the roofing RFP. The RFP is non-exclusive, and our future plans are to submit for a supplemental RFP so we can get more contractors into the pool so we can have a larger pool of contractors. I stand for any questions.
All right, councilors, questions? Councilor Orpesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question on the award recommendation report. Under price proposal, it states local contractor provided lower pricing, which is due to lack of travel / per diem cost. Who is out of the 3, which one is the local one?
Holloway Construction.
I'm sorry?
Holloway Construction.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, and I have Councilor Stubbs. Councilor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I may not be understanding this request, but if all 3 are available, how do we pick which one does what project? Is that a fair question or not? I don't know.
So if we, let's say for the library project, in instance, we would approach all 3 with a set of documents, and they would all 3 submit pricing, and we would go with the lowest bidder of that price.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it.
All right. I have no one else on my list. At this time, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves RFP 21-004. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none and seeing none, it passes 10-0. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Next up is item number 25, Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee with a vote of 2-1 that I move to approve the Roswell Air Center lease agreement between the city and Gravity Partners 2 LLC for land consisting of 2,500 square feet, more or less, for the purpose of constructing 2 monopoles, each 100 feet high, for the transmission and reception of communication signals, including all associated activities, for a 5-year term with options of 7 additional 5-year terms at an initial rent of $1,020 per month, with an annual increase of CPIU or 3%, and the payment of 20% monthly of any rent received from subleases, and including all other terms and conditions of the lease.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Roebuck to approve the lease agreement, to approve a lease agreement between the city and Gravity Partners 2. Mr. Stark.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, good night. The history of this lease, if you remember, is coming out of the new Twin Towers projects that we made, that the Water Department made down at the Air Center, and the decision was made to not put telecommunications equipment on top of the new towers, to keep them a monument because they look so good, and I absolutely agree with that. They do look great. So as a result, the cell companies have nowhere to go on anything new, and this is the response to that Gravity Partners would be leasing property on a land lease from us to build the 2 monopoles. Councilor Stubbs has pretty much covered all of the details already on the prices and all of those things. And I'll stand for your questions.
I have Counselor Perry. Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
For starters, I got here about 5:15, and I was greeted at the door with someone saying good afternoon. And then we got into the meeting, and we had people greeting us at good evening, and you've said good night, so we're getting
It's been
there.
a long evening.
It has been, but I just wanted to say, I know that it's not a surprise. I had some concerns over this. I had some concerns over the way the lease was put together, but staff has worked very hard to get this into the best form we possibly could of what we are used to seeing. And so I appreciate all the work that staff has done to make that happen. I did just catch one thing, and I'm sorry, Scott, that I didn't catch it before now, but it's just a grammatic thing for us to just fix for when the contract is signed, and that again is an address missing from that one portion. And as long as that's done, I know this is a long-term. I had concerns about that being a long-term, but it is a small piece of property. It is, if it wasn't for the fact that this is going to greatly interfere with our constituents, not just with something they have as an enjoyment, but nowadays cell phones are a crucial, vital part of life. Many people don't have home phones, and this is the way we communicate for our 911 dispatch and different things nowadays. I don't want there to be an abruption within the service that would be harmful potentially to any of our constituents, so I will support.
So I didn't catch what the error was that you.
I'm sorry, and it's on page 175, under paragraph 33, notices.
Hang on, let Mr. Patterson get there.
No, I know what he's referring to, yeah.
He's got it.
So you're comfortable that this is a grammatical type cleanup correction?
Yeah, it should have the address in there, it just was not, I think in the original lease agreement either, it wasn't, the address wasn't in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we will correct that in the final version?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, just thankful to staff for the hard work they've done in tolerating some of us in this.
Okay. I have Counselor Best. You are?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counselor Best, you have the floor.
My question pertains back when I walked by the office and I asked you if we have any reservations for us to go on the tower. So if our dispatch needs either one of those towers, can we go on there without cost to ourselves as a city? In other words, it'd be a bonus for us if we could go on there with our equipment and not have to be charged, because at this rate, we're going to have to be charged, Roswell will be charged for using a space on that tower. We don't want to use our water towers because it'll ruin their beauty. So again, my question is, did we go back and ask these folks if they will let us on that tower at no charge with our dispatch services or whatever else we need? I think we need to reserve that right.
Okay. I don't believe it's in here at this time. And I didn't mention it, but there should be probably somebody online to represent Gravity Pads.
Yes, Mike Meyer is here. Good evening.
All right. Did you hear Counselor Best's question?
So if there's an additional tenant, was it an emergency services tenant?
I'm not understanding.
I did not hear any of that.
I did not understand.
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Logan. Can you try again?
Can you hear me?
Now we could, yes. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, I believe that this is Mike from Gravity Pad, in-house counsel. So I believe the question was whether we could facilitate an additional tenant, emergency services tenant, if I heard that correctly. And I believe we can, yes. And let me just take a look here real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, just off the cuff here, I believe we can facilitate that, and I believe we can do it for no charge.
Okay, so we can update it on either antenna. Roswell is allowed to put up a emergency medical extension if we need it. Repeater, thank you.
Well, and I'll ask Ms. Best, and I know Mr. Matthews will confirm. Mr. Matthews, you want to respond to that? Because I know this whole mapping of our radio coverage has been going on for quite a while. Quite
a while, a few years now. We are currently in the process of reworking our entire emergency services communications. The vendors are at this point have located their towers that they're going to put the microwave dishes on and the things, so that all these towers are tied together all the way through the valley up to Mesa Rest Stop. We own that tower up there. So these towers have not been considered in that. Our plan has already been engineered out, so I don't see a need for any emergency services that would go on any of these towers here. Ours is done built out. They're actually getting ready to install it now. So it wasn't even considered in the engineering of our system for emergency services.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I still would like to reserve the right for Roswell to have a space on both towers, whether it's emergency or whatever. This is a long lease. I mean, it's out there forever. I can't even remember how long it was. But I don't think there would be any problem, and it would behoove us to have a space reserved on both towers for the city of Roswell.
And Mr. Mayor, Councilor Best, I'm just stating on our new system that we're currently working on, there isn't that need for that. I'm not saying there wouldn't be a need in the future for some other kind of another department in the city or water meter telemetry or something like that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying our current emergency services communication would not require these locations.
Okay, and the other gentleman that's in the air, you seem to think that it'll be okay to put on the contract that we reserve the right for Roswell, the city of Roswell, for a space on each antenna?
Correct. That should work. I mean, subject just to a quick operational review of what we're building here, but just at first glance, yeah, that should be fine.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I have Councilor Perry.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just say, Mr. Stark, if you can just clarify, I did have a few phone calls and a few people on social media that reached out to me that remember the old tower from when the base was here and the iconic, what it meant to them and all, who had concerns and desired for it to stay. And I explained to them that there are structural problems and that there's that tower has to come down. If you could just make a brief statement so that everybody understands that.
That is correct. The tower was built in 1942 and it's outlived really its usefulness, and it's at a point where it does have to come down. Aside from just not supporting the water needs that we have, the structural needs are also there that it's decaying
at some point, if we don't take it down, it'll come down on its own.
All right, thank you. I have no one else on my list to speak. At this point, I will ask for a voice.
Mr. Mayor?
Sir?
If I can just jump in really quickly, I want to clarify that the version that was recommended by legal committee does include language that was requested to be changed by Gravity Pad, and it's specifically on page 246 of your packet, striking through subsection D, which is normally in our boilerplate language, which is the termination for convenience, and that is struck out. And that was added at the request of legal committee, and I just want to make sure that everyone understands that's the version that is recommended and is being voted in favor tonight.
Okay. Thank you. This is, all right, Counselor Foster and Counselor Orpesa. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
Okay, so I need clarification. Do we have a motion by Bess to add that, or are we just by acquiesce?
Do I need to add a motion?
Do we need a motion for that?
Thank you.
I think that is a motion, yes. I don't
Okay.
think that's a
So-
non-controversial
So we're going to do an amendment then?
Yes.
Yes, you would want to amend.
Then, in that case, let's back up. I have a motion to amend the lease
Second.
by Counselor Best and a second by Counselor Foster to include language that the city of Roswell may have space on the tower at some future time at no cost.
Both towers.
Both towers. That sound correct, Mr. Patterson?
Yeah, I think we can work with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So on Counselor, do you wish to speak on the amendment? Go ahead, Counselor, on the amendment. Counselor, your microphone.
I believe that amendment is a good thing, but I think it needs to be specific, because if you leave it just that the city can put anything up there, then we can overtake the tower with a lot of our equipment if we're not specific as to how much space we need and so forth.
Okay. That's a concern. Other questions or comments? I've got an amendment, a motion to amend, and the wording is that we would be able to place equipment there in the future.
Reasonable equipment?
Okay, let's do that. Friendly amendment. Reasonable equipment. How about that, Counselor? Does that sound good? All right. Reasonable equipment on the tower at no charge in the future. You're comfortable with that, Mr. Patterson?
Yeah, I think we can figure that out.
Okay. So, on the amendment, this will be a voice, on the amendment, Counselor Roebuck, or on the final? Okay, go ahead, Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you. And I guess just to, obviously, if we do something like that and then they can't function, it'll get into a mess anyway, so there's going to have to be some good faith. But you're confident that we're not infringing on their rights within this, or their purpose in this? Obviously, they're doing this because they're investing money building these towers. They're trying to make money. That's not going to impede in what their intention is with this contract.
I presume that if it were, Mr. Miley would let us know right now.
Okay. All right, thank you. I yield.
All right, so we're on the amendment to amend the lease agreement so that in the future, the city of Roswell may reasonably request to have equipment placed on the tower with no cost.
If to address your concern, I think that reasonable here means without interruption or of their service and what they're trying to accomplish. That's what reasonable means here.
Okay. So I'm going to call for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the amendment. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Nay. I have 8 to Okay, now we have an amended lease. Any further discussion on the lease as amended? If not-
I have a question.
Yes. Councilor Moore.
I'm concerned now that they dropped this, the question, the section D, I don't know if you guys can hear me, the section D portion. And could Patterson explain, Mr. Patterson explain to me the difference of us taking that out, what that means to us?
Yes, ma'am. So Section D states it gives us the right to terminate, I'm calling it for convenience. What I mean is that if the governing body voted by a majority vote to terminate the contract, it would terminate it without any cause. We would not have to have a reason. In other words, even if they weren't in breach, that's what it normally says, is that if the city council votes to terminate the contract, it's terminated. And here in this section, it would have been effective 180 days after such a vote. The company requested that we strike that language. What that would mean is that the city would only be able to breach during what is effectively a 40-year term for cause. In other words, if Gravity had violated the contract in some way, then we would have to follow the procedures to terminate the contract based on breach, and there's some different provisions on that. We have to give them an opportunity to cure, in other words, fix what they've done wrong, and then if they fail to do that, then we can terminate the contract. But that's different from what's normally in subsection D there, which is if we just decide we're done, we just vote and you're done. We cannot do that with this provision struck out. And that is something that the company requested, and Mr. Miley could probably explain their reasoning better than I could. I wouldn't want to speak for them on that.
I think I need to hear from him because I am kind of concerned about that, because 40, like somebody always said, 40 years is a very long time. And so if he possibly could, can you give me just a little bit maybe?
All right, Mr. Miley, can you address that?
Sure, I'm here. Can I hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yep, okay, sorry. Just making sure. That's the short answer. The basis for which we require essentially a longer term is because it's basically the cost required to build these two towers is significant. In order for us to be able to get the capital required to build two towers, we need to know that we have some sort of security in return where we would be made whole over time through the lease payments to support that investment. And then similarly, the operators then that are going to be reconfiguring their infrastructure and deploying their teams, purchasing equipment, going back onto these new towers, also need some sort of security as well in a longer term. In other words, they're not inclined to go onto a tower where they could be then removed upon 180 days notice. So it's a niche that's slightly different in the telecom business, where there's cost involved to build these towers, and then in return, typically telecom tenants or tower construction companies like us require a bit longer term without a right to cancel to support the project, basically from a financial standpoint.
All right, thank you. Councilor Moore, any further questions?
No, thank you. I am okay with this answer, and it makes sense with that kind of thing. So it makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. At this point, I have no one else. We are on an amended lease agreement. I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the lease agreement as amended. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor of the lease agreement for Gravity Partners 2 LLC to build and lease space for telecommunications towers signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Right, and the vote is 9-1. Counselor Peterson in the negative. Moving on, item number 26, Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the award to J&J Marquez Residential and Commercial Building for the WWTP digester roof, estimated in the amount of $92,227.40, utilizing City On-Call Roofing RFP.
I have a motion by Counselor Roebuck and a second by Counselor Kennard to approve the awarding of a contract to J&J Marquez Residential for the wastewater treatment plant digester roof repair. Mr. Sanchez.
Mayor, City Council, I'm here asking you to consider approval to award J&J Marquez Residential and Commercial Building for roofing repairs to the wastewater treatment plant digester roof, estimated in the amount of $92,227, utilizing City On-Call Roofing RFP. And the pictures on the slide right here, you can see the condition of the roof. It's in pretty bad shape. There's holes that's leaking through skylights. It's leaking onto the boiler, down the sides of the walls. This roof is originally done in 1984, so it's a 37-year-old roof. It's very old and in pretty bad shape, so it's in dire need of repair. We did try to do this in 2019, but due to budget restraints because of COVID and everything, we had to postpone it to make sure we had the revenue coming in to proceed with the project. We're now in position to go ahead and proceed with this and get this done now. The project will be done out of the current wastewater treatment plant budget for fiscal year '21, and the Infrastructure Committee recommended 3-0 to bring it today, and I stand for any questions.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Sanchez? I see none on my list. I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the awarding of this contract to J&J Marquez for the repair of the wastewater treatment plant digester roof. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor of awarding the contract signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you.
Item number 27, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to ratify the purchase of 13.3974 acres of vacant land directly across from the airport known as the former Job Corps Center at 57 G Street, and approve the conditions in the attached letter from the United States General Services Administration, Real Property Utilization and Disposal Division.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Perry to ratify the purchase of 13.4 approximately acres known as the former Job Corps Center. Mr. Vermiglio.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. The city was made aware that the 13.3974 acres of vacant land directly across from the airport entry was available for bidding from GSA Public Building Services back in December of 2020. After participating in an online bidding process, the city offered $300,000, and this amount was accepted by GSA on March 8th of 2021. In order to meet the requirements of GSA, a wire transfer of $270,000 was completed on April 6th. Prior to that, I got to back up just a little bit. Prior to that, the deposit was due, so we went ahead and paid that $30,000 on a wire transfer. And then the wire transfer for the $270,000, the ink dried on that today. So we met the deadline on that. There was, after the wire transfer, GSA had emailed us today stating that they are going to provide the quitclaim deed for the property to be recorded with the county. So for reference, there is the Roswell Air Center. And that little blue portion there, that 13 acres, is the vacant land. The star that's on that is the airport entry, just so everybody knows where that is. The city attorney was involved in the negotiation process with me through the whole time. The city council had discussed this item in a special meeting on February 16, 2021, although no action that night was taken. So please consider ratifying the purchase of 13.3974 acres of land known as the former Job Corps Center, vacant land at 57 G Street. And thank you.
All right, I have one individual signed up to speak on this, Mr. Espiritu.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Mike Espiritu, President of the Roswell Chaves County Economic Development Corporation. Good evening. As you know, for the EDC, aviation is our top priority. This piece of property is an area that we feel is a gateway to our community, in and outside of our community. People that come in for the first time will see that tract of land. And as you know, if you've seen it yourselves, you know it's rather unkept and has been for a number of years. I believe strongly that we don't have a second opportunity to make a first impression for people as they visit Roswell, and especially companies looking to do business here. Mr. Mayor, councilors, the 25-member board of our organization of senior business leaders and community leaders unanimously support the city's purchase in this property and believe that this will make a great opportunity for other events that we can control, that we as a city can control. We support the purchase. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Councilors.
I have Councilor Pesa. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly appreciate,
Wait, we're getting feedback again.
is it me?
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate and respect Mr. Espiritu's comments. However, you know, I do have a concern of buying property just for the sake of buying, because I don't think that we have any specific plan of what exactly is it that we're going to do with that property, whether any time in the immediate future. And one of the reasons that I have this concern is because there was a concern that was brought to our attention concerning the tennis courts. And basically, if I remember the response correctly, was that we are going to work and see if we can find money somewhere to address the tennis courts. And it seems that we have the $300,000 that we are willing to expend on this piece of property that we could very well expend on the tennis courts and bring them up to the point where they are usable. And so I have a concern that because we don't have a plan at the current time that we are going to purchase this, and it seems like we already purchased it anyway by sending the $260,000 or whatever that amount was that popped up on the screen. That it seems like if I was in the public, I would say that we're just going through the motions right now because the money has already been submitted. And so I have a concern that we need to take care of property that we currently have and sites that we currently have that need our attention, instead of trying to get additional properties, even if it's a good price. I mean, I just can't support this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Neb, did you want to?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, City Council, I just want to address a little bit of why this is coming for you for the ratification. We have an internal control that states exactly how much funding can be spent by the city manager without coming back for that formal approval of the city council. The action taken was within those rules in order to do that, but I now am requesting that ratification that completes the legal requirements of how this purchase was. Just a couple other things with that. We are going to use water enterprise funds to purchase the land. As far as, while we don't have a true use of the property, we know that there are some uses out there, and we will be discussing with infrastructure and legal the need to do an RFP or an RFI about the potential of a hotel or some type of other business structure on that property in that proximity of the terminal. The only other comment I'll make on the tennis courts, as we are working through that, the action of the city council in the last two budgets was to seek ICIP money in order to cover that, which meant there was no money set aside for those repairs of the tennis courts unless the legislature provided those funds. And that's where we were at with that conversation. The conversation is with the individuals that play tennis. We will be seeking methods of how to bring those up to our standard. And that's the big challenge that we're going to have going forward. I'll stand for any other questions with that, but the ratification is necessary in order to close the legal action of what we've done.
Okay, I have Councilors Kennard, Roebuck, Perry, and Foster. Councilor Kennard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted just to piggyback on what Mr. Espiritu said about making a good impression on someone's first impression. And so I would hope that the city and the county can work together to improve South Main up to the Air Center, because it's not just the Air Center, it's the road to get there. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Councilor Roebuck, Perry, and Foster. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had an opportunity to speak to several of our local business people who were, I have to use the word ecstatic. It was the only word to describe how the city was acquiring this, because they understand and they see the long-term value in this property and the importance that it has to the success of the Air Center. And certainly there are a lot of needs and a lot of ways we could use the $300,000. I could use it on roads. I mean, there's a lot of things, places where we can use that. But we have to balance all those things out, all those needs out with, okay, how are we protecting the long-term financial health, especially of the airport, which is an economic driver for our community, and we want to grow it as an economic driver. As we grow those economic drivers, they create more tax revenue, and that tax revenue will continue to improve the community long-term. So I think that if we take the long view on this property, it makes a lot of financial sense to spend that money now, and it will return revenue. And while we don't have a specific plan for this piece of property, we do have a general consensus from those in the city, as well as people who have served on committees about the airport, whether it's all the different committees we've had. And other citizens who have a consensus that the airport should be retaining property and growing property to use as a revenue stream in the future. So even in that case, even in leasing land, which is something the airport does do for revenue, that in and of that self, it can be this land can certainly be leased. So I yield. Thank you.
All right, I have Councilor Perry and Councilor Foster. Councilor Perry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. One thing for the council to recognize as you're looking at the second picture on the right, that little tiny triangle area just to the right that is in the dirt area there, that already, from my understanding, already belongs to the city, correct?
Correct.
So you end up having that entire block, corner, whatever you want to say, all the way up to that street behind there. Every single person that I have spoken to was, as Councilor Roebuck has mentioned, are very ecstatic, very excited about the potentials and possibilities of this. The fact that the water fund is going to be the one utilizing this, I think, was a very good thought process as well. That is going to be very beneficial on many, many, many levels. When I first came onto the council, there was a committee. I can't remember if it was a committee or that was appointed by the mayor at the time, Mayor Legrone, or what it was, but that was trying to help with beautification on that corridor coming into, and they did a very good job on succeeding in getting much of that done. But we've been trying for years to try to determine what could be done to try to beautify and to make this area not just beautiful, but make it productive. And I think that having a piece of property like this under the city's control gives us a greater opportunity to ensure that it goes for the proper usage that's going to be the most beneficial for our people. If someone else, and I have to say this, Mr. Mayor, I want to say thank you to you. You're the one who looked at a map many years ago and saw this and have been driving this and pushing towards this. And the fact that there's the potential of it not just being old dirt sitting there, and the fact that we don't have someone who sometimes people will just purchase property to let it sit there so that they can make a profit on it later. We are going to be able to be part of making a difference. And I appreciate our EDC director sitting through a very lengthy meeting just to let us know how much they support that. I think to this council, that alone should speak volumes to the decision that we need to make tonight. I yield.
Thank you. I have Councilor Foster, and I exhaust my list. Councilor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just was going to, looking at this and thinking back that 10 years ago, I was part of Job Corps when they were trying to get rid of this property then. So maybe we don't move as slow as other government entities, and the federal government does seem to move a lot slower. But what I did want to ask about was the funds being used is from the water fund, correct?
Correct.
Would it be appropriate or even legal for us to use water funds to fix the tennis courts?
No, sir, it would not.
Okay, that's the key. And so we have lots of funds, but to say that we can have funds to, from some places we are restricted in things that we can use, and since this is appropriate from the water fund, we have the funds for that right now. And we may be able to find funds in right now for the tennis courts later on, but right now we have these funds and we're using it for a good purpose. Thank you. I yield.
I have no one else on my list to speak. At this point, I will ask for a voice vote to ratify the purchase of approximately 13.4 acres of land known as the former Job Corps Center vacant land at 57G. A yes or aye ratifies the purchase. A no or nay rejects the purchase. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
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 I have final, and did we lose Councilor? No, Councilor Moore, we got you. And it is 8-2 with Councilors Orpacer and Peterson in negative. Quick note, building on what Councilor Perry said, in March of 2017, I sent a letter to Job Corps here stating the city's interest in discussing acquiring that property. So we've done it in a speedy 4 years and 1 month. Whoa. Be still my beating heart. Oh my gosh. Anyway, thank you. Next up is item 28, Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee with a vote of 3-0. I move to approve the negotiated ambulance services agreement between American Medical Response Ambulance Services, Inc., and the City of Roswell as presented, including all terms and conditions of the agreement.
I have a motion by Councilor Stubbs, and Councilor, I'll ask you to activate your motion button.
I did.
All right, and a second by Councilor Foster. to ratify, to approve the awarding of the ambulance service agreement with American Medical Response. Chief?
Mayor, Council, good evening. We're close to wrapping this up. This just goes along with kind of walking through what we're required to offer our citizens. We have certificate of necessity. In doing so, every 2 to 4 years, we go back out to RFP to offer ambulance service to the community. So in doing so, we're asking that you guys would approve the award of RFP-21-002 to American Medical Response Ambulance Service of Las Cruces, New Mexico. This contract is 2 years with additional 1-year period renewals. There's 2 of those. This was approved 3-0 by legal committee in March. There are blank exhibits in your packets. That's just due to the fact that until this is approved by you, it cannot be broadcasted to you, so it's private until that point. So any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
And let me just jump in really quickly and point out that between legal and this meeting, we had a conversation with the PRC about our certificate of convenience and necessity, and per their instruction, we have modified the language a little bit. It's on page 339 of your packet. They want us to do it as a lease, a non-exclusive lease, and that's how we're going to allow them to operate under the authority of our certificate. And so we're just modifying that to make them happy and comply with their requirements.
So this is in the packet as...
It's on page 339.
Okay, fair enough. I have one individual who signed up to speak on this matter, Joaquin Graham. All right, come on up, sir. State your name and address, and you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. My name is Joaquin Graham. I'm the Regional Director for American Medical Response here in New Mexico. Thank you all for considering approval of this contract with us. AMR has got a history in Roswell. We're excited at the opportunity of getting back into Roswell. We look forward to building a service that we're all very proud of in this community. And really, I just wanted to be here in case there were any questions that I could answer. If they're not, I'll wish you a good evening, and thank you all again for considering approval of this award.
All right, thank you. Don't go far. Councilor Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to state, I've stated this before, that I believe the city fire should be running this. We should have city employees doing this. I don't think we should be contracting it out. The city can control a lot more, if we had city employees. And also those city employees would have a good retirement if they were firefighters. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Pesa, you're there. Go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree with Councilor Peterson that this should be an in-house situation. But at this point in time, I think we, at least in my opinion, I don't think we have a choice. But I hope that we can work on during the time that we are involved in a contract with ASC or whatever the world, AMRAS, that we can look into the situation of whether we would be able to bring this type of service in-house. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. I have no one else on my list. At this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the awarding of the contract to ambulance service agreement contract with American Medical Response Ambulance Service. A aye or yes approves it. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
I have 9-1 with Counselor Peterson in opposition. Thank you, sir. We're now at a new section of our agenda. It's called Committee Reports. I briefly mentioned this last month. I will call on each of the committee chairs, ask if there's any matter before their committee, which has not yet come to the council, that they feel needs to be shared with the council. I say this at 9:32 at night. 9:32, and Councilor Pace is in ill health, so we need to be succinct. Councilor Perry, as Chair of Finance, anything you wish to report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just for the record, I thought I'd be starting this at 11, so I feel it's rather early, and I feel refreshed, so, no, just a few things just to add, just for what we have coming up in the future. We did have, for those who didn't get to watch or listen, we did have an in-depth presentation from the regarding the UFO Festival. We listened to that and had, so if you get the opportunity and would like to, go back and watch the meeting. You'll be able to see that soon. Staff will be working on fiscal year 2022. Well, I should say soon. They've already been working on fiscal year 2022 with preliminary budgets and everything, working towards that. The other thing that I would say is that next month I have plans to speak with our staff to discuss the potential, as the mayor has requested, for us to look at the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 and the potential impact that that could have to the city of Roswell. I know Councilor Stubbs has been part of listening to meetings online to study this and understand, and I know other councilors are probably looking at it in depth to some degree. There's going to be a situation where the federal government has 60 days to look at that to understand what they passed. And then the state government will then have 30 days, and then we'll start looking at the rollout. Roswell was not one of the 5 that was chosen to get automatically considered straight from the federal government, to my understanding. So for that reason, my understanding, and if someone can answer this better than I can, absolutely, but potentially we're looking at the COG as being very vitally involved with the disbursement of this monies. So we've got to just start watching that and being very careful and looking to see what we have potentially coming up in the future. So that's all I've got to notice from that.
Thank you, Councilor. Next, General Services Committee Chair, Councilor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. I only have about 10 pages, so no, I'm good. We don't have anything major coming up that can't be held on till later.
Right. I love brevity. Councilor Roebuck as Chair of Infrastructure.
Nothing to report, sir.
Councilor Stubbs as Chair of Legal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We really have worked on quite a bit recently, but I have to say that the 140-page agreement with Gravity was not our fault. It was not our fault. And the only thing I need to really report is the fact that we did look at the consent agenda resolution, but we made no decisions on it, so nothing there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Best, Chair of Public Safety.
Okay, in public safety, we have been working on the nuisance ordinance for about 5 months now, if I remember correctly. We should be able to present it to the council next month in May. If you want to come at our meeting on Tuesday the 13th, excuse me, which is next week, you're welcome to sit and come and listen through it, or go on YouTube, go to meeting and watch there. That way you won't miss anything, because all these meetings are on YouTube. Also, we're going to get a briefing on the new recreational marijuana law that the governor is supposed to sign. The one I have doesn't have the correct verbiage, but I'm sure by the time we have our meeting, we'll have the one that has the correct verbiage. So we can go through it, see what we need to do, see where we need to put our police officers in this situation, because now we've been put in another, I think we've been put in another problem. So that's my personal opinion. And I don't know what it'd take to bring McGruff back about the drugs and educating these kids at school about the drugs, we might want to think about that since we've been stuck with this recreational marijuana. That way we can get them educated early. I understand between 1 and 6 is when their mind sponges everything up. So McGruff is the dog. Thank you.
All right, thank you, committee chairs, I appreciate that. Public participation, we have no one who signed up to speak on non-agenda items. Another new area here is future agenda items. If there's any of you who would like to make a motion to place an item on the May City Council meeting, I will entertain that motion at this time. Okay, let the record reflect they were all excited, but they chose not to do anything at this time. And now we have the city manager's 2-hour presentation. Is that right, Mr. Nebb?
Good morning, Mayor and City Council.
Don't do that to me.
No, yeah, I just have a few things. As I was looking at our calendar for the budget, we are at the process now. I was going to give a larger report at the next council meeting, but we will already have that information out at the Finance Committee meeting. And so I wanted to bring you up to date with some of the broader level concepts within this budget tonight so that you're aware of that. You've seen this slide before, so I won't spend a lot of time on it, but this is what we're going to spend a lot of time of. You're starting to see that work through the surplus ordinances and everything else. We're cleaning up our house. We're going to stabilize our financial structure through Tyler. All of this is coming right now. We're working on 5-year plans for implementation of processes. We are emphasis on customer service, but we are reopening to a 7-day-per-week service. We are also establishing a more definitive part-time employee operating process. So we're going through all of that. So within this budget preparation, we're going to see an expansion of the budget, or at least a request for an expansion of the budget to full recovery. The initial, what we've done, and this is what the departments have done a great job of, is we did an initial budget baseline. We ask everybody to hold their costs in check as best they can and give us what they believe, if we don't make any changes for next year, what can we run our budget for? They did a very nice job of keeping that baseline where it's at. So we're in a really good position to take this additional revenue that we've gained over the months and all this austerity methods that we've utilized. We will have funding in order to put back, and I wanted to share some of that with you. One of the big changes that you'll see in the budget conversation is that we had been consolidating all of our funds based upon a function. So we had departments like IT, we had departments like public affairs, we had departments like facilities, where we broke out money for different things so that they would be lumped into those functions rather than by department. What we have found within the Tyler system is that we really want to consolidate by department. So all of these support services that we have out there for our internal departments, we've moved those funds back into the other budgets, and then we'll just operate through a PO system in order to move the money through. It's going to be a better tracking for the departments. We are shifting a lot. We're shifting a lot from the FTEs into more part-time and seasonal. So as you're well aware, in the last budget, we removed 101 FTE jobs within our structure. We are intending to bring back 38 of those full-time positions. So the positions that we removed based upon the voluntary severances are not coming back. We are utilizing the open positions that we had, and we're asking for 38 positions, full FTEs. Those include a grant writer, administrator and writer, an outreach and volunteer coordinator, and the sports tourism and special events coordinator, and other positions that are out there. These are the 38 full-time positions. We are also providing, and I did not have the numbers in time for this slide, so I'll share with you, we are looking at 8 part-time and 60 seasonal employees so that we can run the hours for those 7-day-a-week coverages. So like the zoo last year, because of COVID, because of all that action, we pulled all the way back, and the only personnel we really truly kept out there were the zookeepers. So all they were doing was taking care of the animals. We had no individuals that could move people through the zoo. And so now we're bringing that all the way back. We're at a 3 or 4 day cycle right now. We'll be moving 7 days a week, and that's going to take people to fill those hours of when we're open. So we're going to do a lot of that with the part-time and seasonal individuals, but then we have 38 positions that we believe that we're going to be recommending within that. One of the things of where we're at, our big concern right now is that for certain positions, we're getting very good turnout, and so we're getting some good applicants for that. For other services and other things that we're looking for, we're getting very poor turnout. And so what is happening is that I believe that because of the way the structure is out there, they make more money sitting on the couch than they do working right now. So in order to try to combat that, we will be scheduling within the next 60 days a job fair in this building for just the city of Roswell. And it will be essentially the opportunity for the interview, the opportunity to go through HR, the opportunity, I'm hoping to get a doctor here to even operate the physicals if we have to, the drug tests and all those different things. What I want to do is get down to the point where we do a same-day offer for any of those individuals that come to our job fair. There's if you count up all of these positions, FTEs, part-time and seasonal, it's over 100 different positions. And if you use seasonal and temporary, if you use those part-timers, because they have to work less than 19.5 hours, you need more of them in order to have the coverage because of the need of how they operate through the system. So that's the budget preparation where we're going. Here's our budget process timeline. I believe you've seen this. We are right on track. I think the only thing that will be running in, and that partly to do with my vacation plans and for tomorrow and Monday, we won't complete the capital plan that will be presented until next week. But you can see the highlighted ones that are in yellow. Those are the meetings that we're recommending to you. One of the other changes that we went through from last year to this year, we will be asking for you to approve by vote the preliminary budget. The preliminary budget will be the complete budget minus the actual numbers that we won't know until the end of July when we close the books from last year. So the whole process is, and I mean, we went through a lot of different cycles. If you can tell exactly where we're at now, we're going to have this budget done before the end of May, or before the beginning of May. We're going to have it ready for everybody to review, the finance chair and everything. It will be at the finance committee review. I would recommend all city councilors to come and attend that meeting for the background and for the information, because I'll expand upon some of these points here. You'll hear from all of our other finance, our budget group as to their portions of this budget, and we'll move right on through there. I believe it is a really nice thing that we have, there is additional revenue out there in order to get that. So as we even talk about adding these positions back in there, we believe that our budget will still be less than it was even 2 years ago. We are looking at doing, within our budget, we are looking at increasing our general fund reserves from 3/12 to 4/12. We're adding one more month of reserve in those general funds. We are working on a comprehensive explanation of the Our Town strategy. You saw a little bit of that with Sergeant Fresquez as well too. That's still the internal workings of the police department. We have a lot of other stuff within that whole structure of that strategy involving all the other departments. The recovery of all services. We are establishing new metrics on these individuals that we are bringing back. We had that big conversation on parkland of trying to figure out how do we maintain our parks. The whole thing is that with these individuals that we are bringing back, there's 17 of these positions that go into the park system to bring that standard of our parks up back to where it should be. We believe that there's going to be an opportunity to utilize some of the dollars from the rescue plan as well as our GRT dollars that we've been able to hold on to through all of this year because of our frugality of holding everything in check through all this COVID response. We are doing a diversity hiring plan. One of the things that we've been talking about based upon a lot of different issues is that we need more diversity within our individuals. Some of the departments, it would be water and sewer, bringing in more females to assist as certified operators, bringing in more females in order to come out and do solid waste. And the one that I am really hoping that we can make big changes in, and I'm saying I hope, because I would like to come in and tell you that we've hired 12 female firefighters to complement our fire department staff. And the issue I have is that I can't just go out and try to hire females firefighters. I have to open it up for all firefighters, but our goal will be to expand our staff so that we can diversify our entire department. So I just wanted to share that diversity hiring plan with you. We believe that the streets repair and improvement funding expansion, we are looking at presenting a budget with a minimum of $11 million for streets. Keep in mind that we are at $9 million for streets this year. We are looking at going to 11 million, and I've challenged everybody to see if we can get to $13 million to take care of all the ongoing needs for the streets, as well as a very strong program of replacement and repair. The golf course, and I will say this because now I mean our vendor, our contractor is aware of all of this. We are working through all of that. You've seen some of that information. We will be bringing the golf course back in-house as of September or October 2021. And we are going to rebuild from that and move in a little bit different direction where we are. The challenge we have is that we have to do that contract by RFP. There were no extensions within this contract, so we either go out for RFP, and that was one of the first things I dealt with 4 years ago when I first got here. I would really like the opportunity to bring this thing back in-house, hire the individuals that can do the work, and see exactly what we can do differently from where we're at today. And this is no reflection on what our current contractor is doing. Done a great job, 4 years. We're going to just move in a different direction because we believe one of the big things we have been doing is consolidating, or at least tying all of our storefronts together as well too. And the Pro Shop is a big storefront for our purpose as well too. We are going to go through the Air Center budget reset. This is something that we have talked about for the last 3 years. It went through the whole authority conversation and went through all those things. We have 53 years of adjustment within that Air Center budget, revenues coming from all different sides, expenses going all different ways. I'm putting staff on notice that as of September of this year and by the end of the year, we will have that completely separated so that Finance Committee can look at that and see if it is all where it needs to be placed. I want to get a few things done that just sit there and just kind of percolate along, so that one's on there. The Convention Center, our hope is to fully reopen by January 2022. Again, note that it's not the use of the center that we're concerned with, it is putting people into the hotel rooms. And we need to be at about 70% and stabilize at 70% of those hotel rooms in order to cover all the costs dealing with the operation, dealing with the debt service that we have with this. I hope that we can move it a little bit faster than that. There will be, again, we'll continue to have this use here for city council meeting. We'll utilize it for different things, but it will not ever hit that level of fully open until we can get back to putting people back into the hotels. Just because of the way our debt structure is and how we fund this facility, that's going to be very important for us. With that, I'll stand for any questions with that, but thank you for your time. And as you can tell, I'm really excited as how far we have brought this budget to where we're able to actually present it. You'll be actually having time to look at it before we approve it. So our staff has done a really great job on that. So I'll stand for any questions, Mayor.
Can you bring us back up to the slide on the dates? I want us to highlight it. Okay, councilors, I'm quickly here. May 18th, July 22nd. Tentatively saying those would be special city council meetings.
Correct, sir.
Please put those in your calendars. We will finalize those dates when we get a little closer, but Those are the tentative dates for special council meetings on these budgets. Anyway, I wanted to point that out. So, anything else, councilors? I appreciate everyone. I do want to say this, and Councilor Perry, I appreciate you taking the action on that American Rescue Plan, because some of you have heard me say over and over again, one of my concerns is that we consciously decide how we will utilize these additional funds that are coming in, whether it's CARES Act money, whether it's the additional GRT over budget that we are fortunate to have. All of this is these are some ways significant chunks of money, and my comment to all is in many ways that's worse. If there's no money, all you have to do is say no. When there's money, this body, you, councilors, will have to decide what projects get funded and which ones don't. Mr. Nebb will come forward with his plans, but the ultimate responsibility lies with this group. So I challenge you and encourage you.
And Mayor, City Council, I will share. So we have the rescue plan, American Rescue Plan. Those are the funds that we're looking at, trying to find out exactly how they can be spent. Keep in mind that those funds were directed primarily toward tourism and a lot of these other services and small business. You are also aware that the American Jobs Plan is out there, and that is a $2 trillion plan for infrastructure. So I want to be very careful, because I think we have an opportunity to help every one of our services. So I want to be careful with this rescue plan funding, because I don't think these other services that we're providing will fit an infrastructure bill. It will fit this bill. And so keep that in mind as I make my recommendations. It is based upon that criteria as well.
All right. Anything else, councilors? I have 8:55 p.m. We are adjourned. 9:55. That's what I meant. 9:55. Yeah. Actually, though, better than I thought. I didn't think we'd get out of here before.
Yeah, he had to tap dance a little bit. I hope he had those soft shoes on.